This film documents the Vietnam War in the words of Americans who served there. It features home movies and rare archival footage collected during a worldwide search, and now presented in high definition. Many scenes are graphic in nature, and viewer discretion is advised.
I was in World War II, fella, and I served 3 years. I know what it's about. What a Cuban doing.
I have a son that's going to go into the Army.
We fight because we must fight if we're to live in a world where every country can shape its own destiny.
Vietnam is not our war. We must say no.
We will not be defeated.
You have to stand on that principle, and if it's necessary to down on the principle,
We today have concluded an agreement to end the war and bring peace with honor in Vietnam. We hope that peace will come swiftly, but that is in the hands of others, and we must be prepared for a long, continued conflict.
You know, they say the World War II guys were the best generation. Well, those who fought every war since then were the best of their generation. They went, they served, they sacrificed, and they fought like tigers. They were noble.
fish won't bite. You need a little bit of soul to put you right. You gotta bet like
right before school let out, all my teachers wanted to talk about was the battle between communism and democracy taking place in Vietnam. Most of us had barely heard of the place before. I may not know much about Vietnam, but communism is something else. Growing up during the Red Scares of the 50s, we've all heard about the horrible things that happened in communist countries. Especially kids like me. I was raised
a very strict Catholic. I was an altar boy at 8 and 12 years of Catholic school. Part of Catholic school was reading anti-communist books. They would talk about how the communists would go into villages and chop the tongues of priests out so that they couldn't teach
the Our Father. So with that kind of stuff going on in Vietnam, I can see why they want to kick the communists out. I suppose it's a threat, all right, but at the same time, to be honest, it feels kind of far away. Even for me, it's hard to imagine how something on the other side of the world could really affect any of us in San Bernardino.
America's involvement in Vietnam began in 1954, when a political treaty divides the country in two. Communist China and the Soviet Union support the North, while the United States backs the South. Fearing the spread of communism throughout the region, Presidents Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson provide South Vietnam with military and financial assistance. By the spring of 1964, Vietnam is becoming a hotspot in the Cold War. More than 16,000 U.S. advisors are training South Vietnam's army to battle a homegrown guerrilla force known as the Viet Cong, or VC. With the support of the North, the VC are working to overthrow the South Vietnamese government and reunite the country under communist rule. But what has been primarily a civil war is about to change.
The first time I came out here, it was almost hard to believe that such a pristine landscape could really be hiding tens of thousands of enemy infiltrators. Only my South Vietnamese counterparts were quick to remind me of the truth. They've been fighting and dying in these jungles for almost 10 years, struggling to stop the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong from taking over their country.
24-year-old Lieutenant Bob Kluel is serving as a military advisor to the ARVN, South Vietnam's army.
Our orders are to accompany the ARVN units we're assigned to on field
operations. Our primary purpose for being there was not to engage the enemy. Our primary purpose for being there was to advise the friendly nation or force and let them engage the enemy. That's how it kind of got started.
By the fall of 1964, the South Vietnamese government is in political disarray, while its military is crumbling under the advances of nearly 150,000 Viet Cong soldiers, who control nearly half of the South Vietnamese countryside. Supplied with weapons and reinforcements from the north, the Viet Cong are farmers by day and fighters by night, capable of launching hit-and-run attacks and then melting back into the jungle, undetected. Both the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese view the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution as a declaration of war by the Americans, and they intend to fight. In the pre-dawn hours of November 1st, 1964, the Viet Cong launch a surprise attack on one of the 4 U.S. air bases in South Vietnam. It is their first direct assault against U.S. personnel inside the country. 4 Americans are killed.
We had advisors and military assets in South Vietnam for years. The Viet Cong had never intentionally tried to destroy them.
23-year-old Joe Galloway is a correspondent for United Press International. For years, he's been closely following America's growing involvement in Vietnam.
We were getting more deeply involved in that situation, and that it was going to become America's war, my generation's war. And I'd always said to myself that if a war came along during my time, I wanted to cover it. I started driving my bosses absolutely crazy, demanding, begging, pleading for a transfer to get in position for the war I was sure was coming.
An allied force of more than 8,000 men today.
On February 7th, 1965, Viet Cong forces strike a second U.S. airbase. 8 Americans are killed, and another 126 wounded. Weeks after the Play coup attack, President Johnson authorizes a large-scale bombing campaign inside North Vietnam. Codenamed Operation Rolling Thunder, the strategy is twofold. Cripple the North Vietnamese war effort by destroying military and industrial targets, and crush their will to fight by demonstrating the awesome extent of American power. U.S. command believes both objectives can be accomplished in just 8 weeks.
This operation may be only scheduled to last 8 weeks, but I intend to get in as much flight time as I can before it's over.
31-year-old Captain Keith Connolly is flying an F-100 Super Sabre with the 416th Tactical Fighter Squadron as part of Operation Rolling Thunder.
I had never been to war. In fact, I didn't understand what war was all about. So obviously we were very, very apprehensive about this. But everybody thought in the back of their mind that the war was going to be over. It wouldn't take long for us to show up with our awesome firepower and do the things that we had demonstrated out in our training ranges that would bring the enemy to his knees. They weren't going to be able to sustain themselves with this awesome capability of the American forces.
But the start of Rolling Thunder has brought an unexpected problem. The American pilots and planes stationed inside South Vietnam are vulnerable to Viet Cong attack. So to protect them, U.S. commanders want ground troops sent to Vietnam for the first time. They ask President Johnson to approve. Johnson knows that the ground troops will be seen by the American public, as well as North Vietnam, as a step towards a larger war.
Every night before I turn out the lights to sleep, I ask myself this question: have I done everything I can to help unite the world, to try to bring peace and hope to all the peoples of the world? Have I done enough?
On March 8th, 1965, at 8:15 a.m., 3,500 Marines with the 9th Expeditionary Brigade land in South Vietnam. For the first time since the Korean War, battle-ready American ground troops are setting foot on the Asian mainland.
Yep. Down that way. And all bounce.
Half of these guys never even heard of Vietnam before they got here. Now they're getting one heck of a tour.
United Press International correspondent Joe Galloway is with a platoon of 40 Marines patrolling outside the U.S. Air Base at Da Nang. Their orders are strictly defensive.
What's here, baby?
I nagged the hell out of my bosses to get here and cover this conflict, but now that I'm here, the VC don't really seem like that much of a threat. I don't think any one of these Marines has even seen a communist yet. I know I sure as hell haven't. But then again, the VC are guerrilla fighters. They know how to hide in plain sight. Back at base, guys are hanging out in each other's hooches, screwing around and listening to music. Feels more like a college dorm room than barracks in a war zone.
You know you make me wanna kick my heels up and down, throw my hands up and down, throw my head back and down. Come on now, don't forget to say you will. Don't forget to say yeah, 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 yeah. Say you will. Say it right now, baby. Say you will. Come on, come on.
A lot of guys keep coming up to me, wanting to tell me their names and hometown, so hopefully I'll mention them in an article and their folks back in the States will see it. I think it's kind of cool. Sort of makes me feel like Ernie Pyle. He won a Pulitzer for reporting on the Grunt's Eye View in World War II. I'd read Ernie Pyle's columns and I thought,
if you're
gonna cover a war.
That's the way to do it. I was very impressed with how he covered his generation's war. And I wanted to do it the same way, covering the soldiers as far forward as you can get.
These guys all fully expect to get the job done and be home in a couple of months. Although for my sake, I kind of hope it doesn't end too quickly before I get a chance to write about some real action.
When I first left for this assignment, I told my wife I'd be home before the summer's over. I figured there was no way a little third world country would even come close to competing with our firepower. Now I'm starting to see how wrong I was.
Captain Keith Connolly and his fellow pilots are 3 weeks into Operation Rolling Thunder, the 8-week-long air campaign intended to bomb North Vietnam into submission. So far, the results are falling short of expectations.
Code 6, I'm taking fire. I'm coming back up.
Doesn't seem to matter how much destruction we inflict. The North Vietnamese rebuild everything. And then we get sent back up here to hit it again. There's a frustration level on behalf of
the pilots. Sometimes we'd be going back to the same areas, hitting the same targets repeatedly, and not understanding why we were being targeted into the same areas over and over. And it dawned upon us that this war was not going to be over in a short few months.
An allied force of more than 8,000 men today tightened its hold on the Bataan.
On March 30th, 1965, the Viet Cong explode a car bomb in front of the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. 22 people are killed, and 183 more are injured. Over the next 3 months, VC forces continue to attack U.S. and South Vietnamese installations throughout the country, while the South Vietnamese army proves powerless to stop them. With South Vietnam nearing collapse, the head of U.S. operations in Vietnam, General William Westmoreland, makes a momentous request. He asks President Johnson for permission to take the offensive and for the first time use U.S. ground troops to seek out the enemy and drive them out of the South. On July 28, 1965, in a press conference televised to the nation, Johnson announces his decision.
I have asked the commanding general, General Westmoreland, what more he needs to meet this mounting aggression. He has told me, and we will meet his needs. I have today ordered to Vietnam the Air Mobile Division and certain other forces which will raise our fighting strength from 75,000 to 125,000 men almost immediately. Additional forces will be needed later, and they will be sent as requested. This will make it necessary to increase our active fighting forces by raising the monthly draft call from 17,000 over a period of time to 35,000 per month.
By the fall of 1965, 150,000 American soldiers have descended upon South Vietnam. 250,000 North Vietnamese and Viet Cong are poised to meet them. The newly arriving Americans are about to get more than they bargained for.
God, you can feel the excitement building. We finally got intelligence that 200 NVA soldiers are in the hills of the Chu Pong Mountain.
UPI reporter Joe Galloway has joined up with the 1st Cavalry, one of the Army's new air mobile assault units. After months of fighting small, frustrating skirmishes, U.S. forces are preparing to launch their first major assault against 200 North Vietnamese soldiers using an experimental new tactic, air mobility. Equipped with UH-1 Hueys, the 1st Cavalry is designed to insert soldiers into combat using helicopters. For this encounter, they will make their first attempt at inserting a force of 450 Americans to fight the 200 NVA. But as the men prepare for battle, a potentially serious problem weighs on the mind of the commanding officer, Colonel Hal Moore. The spot where they will land, a small clearing designated Landing Zone X-ray, was chosen because of its close proximity to the enemy. It is too small, however, to land more than 8 helicopters at a time. With each chopper able to carry only about 6 men, it will take several hours to get all 450 soldiers on the ground.
Any commander's fear in a case like that, if you land and you've only got a few of your troops, less than 100, and the enemy comes on you, you're in a bind. If you go down, the LZ is the landing zone is closed, and whoever's in there dies.
At 10:19 a.m., Firebase Falcon, 5 miles from the landing zone, lets loose a vicious barrage of artillery into the enemy positions. The 28-minute onslaught is meant to clear the LZ so the helicopters can land safely. At 10:35 a.m., the first U.S. choppers lift off and begin the 13-minute flight to the landing zone. Four miles outside of LZ X-ray, the choppers drop to treetop level. In front of them lays a landscape of smoke and exploding U.S. ordnance. The barrage is intricately timed to stop just 1 minute before the soldiers hit the ground. If the timing is off by even a few seconds, they will risk being hit with their own artillery.
I was staying close to the tent where the radios were.
The radios were at brigade headquarters, so that I could hear if anything started happening.
This is 6-5, we have negative contact, all birds are blown to us.
Now, another 200! Bravo Company is sweeping the area around the LZ. So far, all is quiet. Already, the choppers are delivering the second load of soldiers. Everything seems to be going according to plan. Until 11:15 a.m. Bravo's first platoon captures a single, unarmed NVA soldier. He's immediately taken to the command center for interrogation. At 11:20, the prisoner makes an incredible revelation. He tells the interpreter there are 3 full battalions of North Vietnamese soldiers on the mountain, and that all of them want very much to kill Americans. It's unbelievable. 3 battalions, that's almost 1,600 soldiers. No one can believe what they're hearing. We've got less than 200 men on the ground, meaning we're outnumbered 8 to 1.
Roger, say again.
Within minutes, U.S. and North Vietnamese forces are locked in vicious combat. While the men on the ground desperately attempt to keep the North Vietnamese from overrunning the LZ, the pilots of the 1st Cavalry continue to ferry in the remainder of the 450 men amid a vicious torrent of enemy bullets and rockets.
There are things about battle that movies cannot teach you, and that is the true, horrendous noise of battle. Bullets cracking, bombs landing, artillery shells exploding, people screaming. It's just a cacophony that's almost deafening.
After nearly 8 hours of battle, casualties are mounting and supplies are running low. But with night fast approaching, all further landings must be called off until dawn. The 450 battered Americans are on their own and will have to survive the night in the face of an overwhelming enemy.
Last night, the enemy launched several small attacks against our lines. The dead still lay where they were killed. It's too dangerous to try and move them.
Joe Galloway is the only correspondent at Landing Zone X-Ray. Of the 450 soldiers on the battlefield, 85 are already dead or wounded. Those still alive are desperately in need of ammunition and supplies.
Word is that reinforcements are going to try and land a few miles away and try to fight their way over to us. God, I hope they make it.
At the base of the Chupong Mountain are nearly 1,600 enemy soldiers. A few hundred yards in front of them stands only a thin line of Americans, pounded and exhausted from nearly 24 hours of constant fighting. The enemy's sporadic attacks during the night were to determine the most vulnerable points in the U.S. lines. Now they know the best way to breach them, and they are preparing to put this knowledge to use.
At 6:50 a.m., 200 NVA soldiers hit C Company's 1st and 2nd platoons. Company Commander Bob Edwards is shot through the shoulder, leading his men in a counterattack. His XO, Lieutenant Arrington, runs up to assist, but within minutes he is also shot, right through the chest. The enemy is within 75 yards of their lines. Some of the men are down to hand-to-hand combat. At 7:15, NVA soldiers hit Delta Company, right where they connect with Charlie Company. The line is starting to break down. Enemy's bullets are passing right
through the command area where we were sitting. And I just fell over on my belly and got as flat as I could. And finally, Colonel Moore looked at the Air Force liaison lieutenant, Charlie Hastings. Moore looks at him and says, "Call Broken Arrow." Broken Arrow was a code at that time, meant that an American unit was in dire danger of being overrun and wiped out. And when that call was given, every available fighter bomber in Vietnam diverted to that place to deliver their bombs. It was about then that I heard Colonel Moore yelling, "Get him off of us, Charlie. Get him off of us. Call that SOB off." And I looked up, and there are two F-100 Super Sabre jets like this. They're coming directly at us. The lead plane has already punched the pickle switch and will turn loose canisters of napalm. Hal was trying to stop the second guy from dumping his on us. But unfortunately for 2 or 3 engineer demolition guys, they were right in the path. And in that flame, I could see these 2 men dancing and screaming. And someone yelled, "Get this man's feet." And I reached down and picked him up, and his boots crumbled. The flesh on his ankles just peeled off. I could feel the ankle bone in the palm of my hands. And we carried him over to where the wounded were. It was a young specialist named Jim Nakayama out of Rigby, Idaho. Married. Wife had a baby that week. He died 2 days later. That boy is my nightmare.
Should be Chalk 40, 39er just pulled out. Roger, that's what it's trying to confirm. Yeah, this is 40 in Helsinki.
Sitting here, watching the last grisly moments of this battle.
UPI reporter Joe Galloway is surveying the aftermath at Landing Zone X-Ray in the Yadrang Valley.
A young specialist named Arthur Vieira is bleeding from wounds all over his body. The most serious is a bullet hole right through his throat. The battalion surgeon, Captain Carrera, performs an emergency tracheotomy. A few yards away is Clinton Poley, farm boy from Iowa. He took grenade, shrapnel, and gunshot wounds, but never left his post at one of the M60s that kept the 2nd Platoon alive. These are some of the bravest, most dedicated soldiers I have ever seen.
Despite the friendly fire incident, the close-in bombing support from U.S. aircraft succeeded in pushing the enemy back and allowed the Americans to regain the offensive. America's first major battle with the North Vietnamese has ended in victory.
One soldier pulls a small American flag from his pack and hangs it on a shattered, blown-up tree stump. He looks at his buddies and grins. Just like Iwo Jima, he says. Another battle won for the United States. You're damn right. These men have accomplished something extraordinary. Just like their fathers on the beaches of Tarawa or Normandy, they fought an incredible battle against incredible odds and came out on top. Now I've seen for myself what war is really about. It's about how a farm boy from Iowa hangs onto a machine gun for 8 hours so he can protect his injured buddies, even when he himself is wounded and bleeding. Or how an African-American boy from Charlotte and a white boy from Houston decide they'd rather die together than abandon the other in the midst of battle. War is about men who love their country. But even more than that, love one another. I left that landing zone X-ray
battlefield knowing that young Americans had laid down their lives so that I might live. They had sacrificed themselves for me and their buddies. What I was learning was that there are some events that are so overwhelming that you can't simply be a witness. You can't be above it. You can't be neutral. You can't be untouched by it. Simple as that. You see it, you live it, you experience it, and it will be with you all of your days.
Over the following 2 days, additional battles will be fought in the Ia Drang Valley, engaging even more NVA soldiers. By the time the fighting ends, a total of 234 Americans lay dead. With enemy deaths estimated at nearly 3,000, U.S. commanders come up with a new strategy. The lopsided 12-to-1 kill ratio convinces them that in this war without a front, body count will be the measure of success. And the helicopter, which is proven capable of operating in the midst of intense battle, will be an important weapon in executing this strategy. U.S. commanders now believe they have found the blueprint for total victory in Vietnam. U.S. victory over the North Vietnamese in the Ia Drang Valley, measured by a kill ratio of 12-to-1, convinces U.S. commanders to implement a new strategy: search and destroy. The plan is brutally simple. Search out the enemy in South Vietnam and then destroy them in numbers so high they will no longer be able to continue fighting. For the first time in modern U.S. military history, victory in war will be measured not by territory taken, but by body count. But as U.S. and South Vietnamese forces battle through the vast countryside and winding rivers, they quickly discover that the enemy has a plan of their own. The Viet Cong have meticulously planted tens of thousands of mines and booby traps. They have dug hundreds of miles of tunnels to move soldiers and weapons and launch surprise attacks. And perhaps worst of all, they hide in plain sight, indistinguishable from the 17 million civilians. If they are to win the war, U.S. leaders realize they need an enormous number of boots on the ground. 1966 becomes the year of escalation.
When we graduated, one of the commencement speakers quoted President Kennedy, saying we should ask not what our country can do for us, but ask what we can do for our country. Well, the more I hear about Vietnam, the more I think I'm finally starting to understand what those words mean.
In San Bernardino, California, Barry Romo is feeling the effects of the growing war.
And this sort of led me to thinking about,
well, if I believe in the war, then I have to actually join the military and go and fight. Really put my principles into action. When I told my father I was going to enlist, he said, I don't want you to go. And I said, well, you served. He said, but your brother and I went to war to fight people who were putting other human beings in ovens. All you're going to do is go fight some poor farmer that doesn't want to be bothered with you, and I don't want you to die.
But he doesn't know what he's talking about. We're in Vietnam to save those farmers from the communists. That's what this war is about. Everybody knows that, and everybody's behind it. So I tell him, sorry, Pops, regardless of what you think, I'm enlisting in the Army. And I'm volunteering to go to Vietnam.
As Romo undergoes his 12 months of training, he has no idea what Vietnam will really be like. No more than 28-year-old Charles Brown has, even after serving 8 years in the peacetime army.
Months ago, I didn't even know any of these men existed. Now headed into combat together, and we're gonna have to depend on each other to survive. Back when I was at Fort Benning training up young men that was going
to Vietnam, one of my favorite slogans was, I'm gonna go to Vietnam, I'm gonna kill some Viet Cong. Ha! Well, this take effect on you. Remember now, I've been drilled for a good 8 years with nothing but talking about combat. Not that I wanted to experience, but it had become a way of life. There's certain things you do and how you do it. And actually combat is the only way this is going to be tested.
Brown is now second in command to a platoon of 30 men with the 173rd Airborne Brigade sweeping through Tay Ninh province, a known Viet Cong stronghold.
A lot of my guys are from places like New York and Chicago. Boys have barely been out the city, let alone been out in the middle of a jungle like this. No matter how much training they got, Vietnam, it's a whole different world to them.
Summer daytime temperatures average over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, while a 100% humidity is like being in a steam bath 24/7. The men must cut their way through 8-foot-tall, razor-sharp elephant grass and bamboo covered in thick, thorny vines. But this is only part of the problem. The countryside is also infested with thousands of poisonous insects and snakes, including one of the deadliest in the world, known as the two-step snake, for the number of steps a bite victim can take before dropping dead. Brown and his men must navigate this treacherous terrain under the constant threat of ambushes and booby traps, looking for any signs of the elusive Viet Cong.
Our first run will be 170.
A couple of hoosiers up ahead. I tell my radio man to call back to camp and tell him we're gonna search it fast for nightfall. A couple of my guys start bitching, want to know why the hell we can't just skip it. But I tell them this is a job, so they better buckle down and get it done.
As Brown and his men enter the area, they quickly realize it's an abandoned Viet Cong encampment. The VC have a sophisticated network of scouts and sympathizers who alert them to the Americans' presence, allowing them to choose when and where they want to fight. The best the Americans can do now is destroy any hidden enemy weapons or supplies they can find.
I always tell these guys you gotta go slow. You gotta take your time, go through these things. But none of them listen to me. All they want to do is get done and get back to camp. This one guy, he thinks he's been out here so long he knows everything there is to know. So what does he do? Instead of him going down into the rice slowly
to see if anything was in it, he tilt the rice, immediately seeing what we would call a pressure release booby trap.
The booby trap blasts Brown and two of his men with shrapnel. Within minutes, a medevac chopper is en route to take them to one of the 18 military hospitals in Vietnam.
The emergency call indicated that there are 3 injured, wounded GIs. We're on our way, flying above what has to be considered insecure, hostile territory.
Hold on. I want you to keep calling.
Okay, we've got our 3 wounded GIs on board. At least one of them is hit pretty bad. We took a little fire on the way out of this pickup area.
About search and destroy missions and ambushes, and even practiced them in officer candidate school and other places. But the reality of actually going out is a totally different thing. It's not like the movies where you go out in the field and then that evening you're back in a base camp drinking beer or smoking dope. We would go out 30, 35, 40 days at a time. 24/7.
In July of 1967, 19-year-old Second Lieutenant Barry Romo arrives in Vietnam. He replaces a platoon leader who was critically wounded by a landmine during a search and destroy operation. Now, Romo is in Quang Nam province, 300 miles north of where Charles Brown was wounded, leading his platoon of approximately 30 men on a similar mission with similar dangers.
It's the not knowing that gets to you. The feeling that you're never safe, anywhere, at any time. Suddenly, mortars and gunfire are flying in from everywhere. No one knows what the hell is going on or where the enemy's even at. I start screaming at my men to get down and form a defensive perimeter. But everyone's yelling and shooting. And then I realize one of my squads got stuck between us and the enemy. They're caught in the crossfire, getting hit from both directions. I gotta do something, so I yell for cover, and I run forward as fast as I can to my squad. They're all injured. And every man was badly wounded.
And 2 of my men were dead. And one of my men had been thrown 100 feet, maybe, by concussion. And his insides were jellified. And I saw that I had to get him out of there.
I have to get them out of there, or more people are gonna die. Medevac doesn't want to land because we're taking too much fire. But I scream into the radio and I tell them, I'm gonna stand up in the middle of this damn field, and you better get in here and get my men out. When it's finally over and we get back to the platoon,
my company commander said, I'm gonna put you in for a Bronze Star. In my mind, I could only picture a Bronze Star for my dead men. And it didn't seem worth it. It didn't seem fair that people should die for me to get a medal.
As U.S. losses begin to mount, President Johnson reminds the American people that the war is not only about stopping the spread of communism. There is an even greater cause worth fighting for in Vietnam.
Every American must know exactly what it is that we are trying to do in Vietnam. Our greatest resource, really, in this conflict is your understanding.
By the summer of 1967, the United States is sending more than $500 million in aid to South Vietnam. More than 1.5 million children are attending hundreds of new schools. And for the first time, hundreds of thousands of poverty-stricken civilians are receiving modern medical care.
Is a goal that's worthy of the deeds of our brave men. The people of Asia do matter. And I pledge to all those that are counting on us, you can depend upon us. Because all Americans will do our part.
As long as Ben and I have been married, our lives have been run by the Army. But I guess that's the price you pay for falling in love with a military man.
Ann Purcell married Ben, a career military officer, in 1951. After 16 years of marriage, 5 children, and many moves, they are living in Boonville, Missouri, where he is stationed as a colonel.
Ben and I both know he'll be going to Vietnam sooner or later. So we figure if he volunteers to go to Vietnam, the family has a choice as to where they stay.
The family had a choice as to where they stayed, and we would stay in Boonville because it was already like home, having lived there 4 years. I dreaded seeing him go, but I knew that was his duty. And so I just accepted it that way.
Right before we leave to see Ben off, he surprises me with a pair of audio recorders. He's gonna take one to Vietnam with him, and I'll keep the other so we can record tapes and mail them back and forth. When we get to the airport, I give Ben one last kiss. And tell him he better try out that recorder as soon as he gets there. And let me know that everything's okay.
But the war Colonel Purcell is about to join is not going as planned. Although U.S. forces conduct hundreds of search and destroy operations, including massive sweeps involving up to 30,000 soldiers at a time, the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong are elusive, refusing to engage in lockdown, drawn-out combat. Finally, near the end of October 1967, U.S. forces locate 6,000 North Vietnamese soldiers massing near the American base at Doc To in Con Tum province. More than 6,500 U.S. and South Vietnamese soldiers, along with attack helicopters, fighter bombers, and the mightiest aircraft in the U.S. arsenal, the B-52 bomber, are deployed to the region. November 3rd, 1967, shortly after mid-morning, the first group of 3 B-52s prepares to unleash nearly 6 tons of high explosives before the ground troops move in. The largest clash with the NVA since the Ya Drang Valley begins.
Have been coming in overhead. You can feel the ground shaking like jello.
Sergeant Charles Brown has recovered from his wounds and is back with the 173rd Airborne Brigade on his way to relieve American units engaged in heavy combat outside of Doc To.
We can hear hear the gunfire as we get closer. The sounds of M16s and AK-47s ripping through the jungle. The sounds of trees splintering. Men scream.
410, go.
A few paces ahead, the recon team radio's back. We walked right into an ambush. Now they stuck out there only a few meters ahead of us, screaming for help. We got to do something fast before they all get killed. CO jumps on the radio and tells them to hit the ground and stay down. Then he turns to me and instructs me to take
the rest of the platoon in to see what was going on. Knowing that my men in there was down, we went in firing from the waist up, just spraying the whole area. Brown Charles J., Staff Sergeant E6, awarded. Bronze Star Medal, First Oak Leaf Cluster, with V device. Reason for heroism in connection with military operation against an hostile force. Near Dak To, Republic of Vietnam.
After 3 weeks of fighting, U.S. and South Vietnamese forces have stopped the NVA from destroying the American base at Dak To. But of the 6,000 enemy soldiers spotted in the area, only an estimated 600 were killed. The remaining 5,400 are making a strategic retreat toward Laos and Cambodia. Diplomatic policy prohibits U.S. ground troops from crossing the border, hoping to stop the NVA before they escape. The Americans give chase.
Let's go, Bravo!
On November 19, 1967, U.S. soldiers pinned down 2,000 NVA on an 875-meter-high hill known as Hill 875, just 6 kilometers from Cambodia.
Do you have any idea what kind of fire we have on this exercise?
They are immediately ordered to take the hill.
No such thing as rest for the weary. 2,000 NVA are on Hill 875. Command wants us to go hunt them all down.
Hours into the assault, Sergeant Charles Brown and his battalion are helicoptered to Hill 875 to join the fight. They are dropped in a safe zone, just out of range of enemy fire.
The entire place already looks like hell from all the fighting. Trees are splintered and broken, smoke billows in the distance. You can see this is a completely
destroyed area. Trees gone, nothing to hide on, just a whole unbelievable how it had been destroyed.
As Brown and his men make their way towards the American units, they have no idea of the horrors that lay ahead. The NVA have transformed Hill 875 into a heavily fortified stronghold, brimming with pre-built bunkers and carefully carved out escape routes. It's a cunning trap that the Americans are walking right into.
As we head into the twilight, we can hear the mortar and artillery shells exploding a few miles out in front of us. Up ahead, men start whispering back whenever they come across a dead body. Pretty soon, it seems like all you hear is body, body, body.
When the truth is found to be lies, and all the joy within you.
5 hours ago, we're out there in the middle of the bush. Now I'm cracking open a warm beer while some chick shakes her butt.
Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love.
300 miles to the north, 2nd Lieutenant Barry Romo and his platoon are on a 2-day break after being in the field for 30 straight days of search and destroy.
I guess this is one of the crazy things about Vietnam. One minute you're out there freaking out about tripwires and booby traps. And the next thing you know, they fly you into a rear area where they take away our weapons and our hand grenades.
And our hand grenades, and they would plop us on a beach like in Apocalypse Now and have a big barbecue, and you would drink, and they would bring in tons of alcohol. And then after 2 days, they would pour you back into helicopters, give you your weapons back
and fly you out to an area for another operation for another 30 days. It's so bizarre. All anyone knows is that no one has any idea what will happen next. I had an officer in training that once said, "The Viet Cong guerrillas are the fish in the sea of the people, and our job is to dry up that sea." I thought he was crazy for saying that. But now that I've been out here for a few months, I'm starting to see what he meant.
2nd Lieutenant Barry Romo is back in the field, searching a South Vietnamese village. Civilians sympathetic to the Viet Cong hide weapons and supplies, while those who side with the Americans stay silent for fear of brutal communist reprisals. As a result, the Americans cannot tell friend from foe, leaving the villagers caught in the middle.
We're told the VC threatened these people with their lives unless they help them. So you gotta figure it's not really their fault. But at the same time, when you find a bunch of AK-47s hidden in some villager's chicken pen, you can't help but feel like they're the reason your buddies are dead. I mean, these are supposed to be the people we're here to help. Only it seems like they don't give a shit about helping us. I've never once had a Vietnamese say, don't go down this trail.
Because there's a mine. Or don't go over to this area because the North Vietnamese are going to ambush you. Your morality wears down. Your patience wears down. After a while, people started blaming the Vietnamese for our casualties, all the Vietnamese. And there's a genuine dehumanization of the people we were supposedly there to help.
This isn't like my dad's war. We aren't fighting uniformed Nazis on our way to Berlin. Out here, we gotta figure things out every day as it's happening. So given a choice between your buddy living and one of those villagers living, you know who you're gonna pick. Because that's just the way it is. And all any of us want to do is get out of here and get back home alive.
Everybody again up into this area.
I think I got some metal back. I'm gonna try to put it down right now.
Every time one of these birds tries to come in with supplies, NVA shoots them up. We already got 2 birds shot down.
Sergeant Charles Brown and the 173rd Airborne Brigade are pinned down on the side of Hill 875. Over the past 48 hours, U.S. and South Vietnamese forces have made several attempts to take the hill. So far, all they have to show for their efforts are mounting numbers of dead and wounded.
Hold on.
North Vietnamese are dug in. And dug in deep. We're gonna have to burn them out. Each platoon was ordered to send a man forward to our little rear camp to learn, be familiar with the operations of a flamethrower. And I ordered one of my replacements, Billy Cupid. He was kind of stocky, black kid from Chicago. And I told him, get familiar with the flamethrower.
With flamethrowers in hand, U.S. forces prepare for their final push up Hill 875.
I order my men to get into position. All of a sudden, mortars and rocket fires start coming down on us. 105s are screaming overhead, and men are shouting and firing. Smoke starts clogging my lungs, and the sounds of small arms and machine guns fire rips through the air.
As we charged the hill with the flamethrower on his back, that pressure tank was hit with a piece of shrapnel. And the concussion of it killed Billy.
For a moment, I'm frozen with the unbelievable sight of a man dying right in front of me. But then the incoming fire snaps me out of it. It's constant and coming from everywhere. Seems little strategy left other than move forward and kill anything in front of you. Choppers have landed since we took the hill. And all they brought is the bare necessities. ammo, water, rations, and body bags. Lots of them.
On November 23, 1967, after 5 days of harrowing close-quarters combat, U.S. forces, including Sergeant Charles Brown and his company, finally take Hill 875. 115 Americans have been killed, and another 253 wounded. Combined with the casualties from the previous 3 weeks, Brown's 173rd Brigade has lost nearly 1/5 of its total fighting strength.
Medics are making their way to wounded troopers, giving them sips of water or shots of morphine. You gotta admire them. A lot of these boys ain't no more than 18, 19 years old. But they fought better and harder than anything I could have ever hoped for. They fought like the well-disciplined professional soldiers they were trained to be. Just like the soldiers I had trained them to be.
Despite their success in courageously taking the hill, the American soldiers are unable to achieve the primary goal, killing all of the enemy soldiers in Kon province. Of the 6,000 North Vietnamese originally spotted, only some 1,400 were killed. The rest escaped into Laos and Cambodia the night before the final assault. 6 days after spilling so much blood to take it, U.S. forces leave Hill 875. In the strategy of search and destroy, victory is measured by enemy bodies, not territory. Hill 875 is now considered worthless.
Didn't take us long to realize ain't no Iwo Jimas in Vietnam. We don't get to plant our flag and claim victory. But we know we've done
We had done what we was assigned to do. We knew we were superior. We knew we had killed all that was up there. We didn't know at that time that some had left. But that was one of the myths of Vietnam. Each time you take a piece of ground, we left it, and they returned to that same piece of ground. But we left the hill as heroes. We finally captured Hill 875. That's the way we left it. We were heroes. Lost some buddies, lost some men, yes. But we defeated the enemy on Hill 875.
Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accept it.
Faced with only the cold, hard numbers of body count, the American public has a difficult time seeing measurable progress in Vietnam. But with nearly 500,000 soldiers overseas, President Johnson and his generals are convinced that they have turned the corner. They launch a massive campaign designed to reinvigorate public support for the war and demonstrate that victory is on the horizon, so long as the American public doesn't give up so close to the finish line.
I could quote a number of meaningful statistics, such as the roads that are being opened, the number of weapons being captured, and other statistical information which suggests that we are making progress and we are winning.
Today I can tell you that
Military progress in the past 12 months has exceeded our expectations.
And so I report to you that we are going to continue to press forward. We will provide all that our brave men require to do the job that must be done. Let the world know that the keepers of peace will endure through every trial, and that with the full backing of their countrymen, they are going to prevail.
At the start of 1968, 3 years after U.S. ground forces first landed in Vietnam, there are nearly 500,000 Americans in country, fighting an estimated force of nearly 300,000 North Vietnamese regulars and Viet Cong guerrillas. U.S. military strategy is a combination of bombing key industrial and supply sites in the north, while launching massive search and destroy operations in the south. Dead enemy bodies, not territory, is the measure of success. With the numbers tipping firmly in America's favor, President Johnson and his top military advisors, including overall Commander General William Westmoreland, assure the American people that victory is within reach. It is only a matter of time before the NVA and VC succumb to their losses. The Vietnamese, however, have successfully battled foreign powers for over 1,000 years. And with a population of over 16 million, the North is prepared and willing to replace their casualties. For U.S. troops in the field, this means they keep doing the same thing day in and day out, under the constant threat of an enemy that is anywhere and everywhere.
Out here, the tension just builds and builds until you feel like you're gonna explode. Most of these guys would give anything for an excuse to squeeze off a couple rounds.
19-year-old Second Lieutenant Barry Romo has been in Vietnam for 6 months. He spent most of that time leading search and destroy missions.
Guys will do anything to break the tension. It's some of the blackest humor I've ever seen. Guys play mumbly peg with bayonets, throwing them at each other's feet, moving them closer and closer together. And I told them, I said, well, if you injure yourself,
you're going to be walking around here with that. And they didn't care. That whole question of just dealing with the incredible tension and stuff, and jokes and dirty humor, and when you're in the rear area, prostitutes and drugs and other things. That was real.
While Romo and his men cope with the rhythm of the war, tens of millions of people throughout Vietnam prepare for the country's most important holiday, the Vietnamese Lunar New Year, or Tet. Tet marks the arrival of spring, a time to pay tribute to ancestors and look forward to good fortunes in the new year. Since the start of the war, it has also marked a time of peace, when all sides observe a 2-day ceasefire.
lot of South Vietnamese soldiers have already headed home, though. But these past couple days, command's been trying to call everyone back. Apparently, we've gotten wind of the NVA's buildup around some of the cities. That was the first time I'd heard about
a planned offensive. And people in I Corps, some of the intelligence people anyway, the ones I dealt with, believed it was going to happen.
Not everyone's taking it so seriously, though. Some guys are saying there's no way the communists can launch anything major. They're already all tapped out. But I'm not so sure about that. From what I've seen fighting these bastards in the bush, they're smart as hell, and they don't give up.
But as the sun sets on January 30th, 1968, many expect this year will be like every other, a night of peaceful festivities.
Quadrant 372, verified. This is Alpha 6. We have an extremely large force moving towards us.
All of a sudden, the radios start going crazy. Guys are calling in attacks from all over the place. Nobody knows what the hell is going on, but you can tell it's
something different, that it wasn't isolated. All these places getting hit at exactly the same time. You just sit there and listen, and it's like listening to a radio program, except that it's reality.
As the sun rises on January 31st, the confused actions of the night give way to a grim realization. Over 120 cities, towns, and military bases, including the capital of almost every province in South Vietnam, are under attack by an estimated 84,000 North Vietnamese and Viet Cong. It is the largest coordinated military action of the war to date. Unknown to the Americans, the enemy has spent the past 7 months slowly moving hundreds of thousands of mortars, artillery shells, small arms, hand grenades, and explosives into the south via the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Under the guise of the Tet celebrations, they hid these weapons inside truckloads of rice and carts of flowers and carefully moved them into position for their assault. The incredible scope of the Tet offensive catches the Americans by surprise, but it doesn't take long before they begin to fight back. At the embassy in Saigon, military police and Marine guards begin clearing out the Viet Cong. Just outside the city, at Tan Son Nhut Air Base, 905 U.S. ground troops engage in close quarters combat with 1,200 NVA, while American pilots lift off under enemy fire to support fighting elsewhere in the country. 400 miles to the north, mortar and rocket fire rain down on the 6,000 American Marines at Khe Sanh. An estimated force of at least 20,000 NVA have the base surrounded. Completely cut off by ground, they are running low on supplies. While the Marines on the outer edge of the perimeter resort to hand-to-hand combat. To the east, in the ancient imperial capital of Hue, a few hundred U.S. and South Vietnamese troops are tenaciously holding what little ground they can against the advancing 8,000 NVA, who are determined to wipe them out.
Nobody says a word. Although I'm literally about to bust, I've got so many questions.
Medical Corpsman Raymond Torres and his company from the 26th Marine Regiment are packed inside a C-130 en route to Hue. Less than 24 hours into the Tet Offensive, U.S. troops are launching counterattacks aimed at reversing the wave of the enemy advances.
How bad is the fighting at Hue? How many wounded are there? What do I do when we land? Ask for instructions? Or just run to the nearest casualty and start working?
125 north at 15, United 12.
But nobody pays any attention to a hypermedic. They've all got their game faces on. After all, Marines don't ask questions. They just do. Right at that moment, the pilot comes on the radio and says we're not going to land at Hue. Orders have been changed. Then dead air. They don't tell the Marines anything until it actually happens.
We were just anticipating going to Hue City, and you didn't have time to think about it because you didn't know until the plane was ready to land that we were landing in Khe Sanh. That was our mindset, but either way, we had no choice.
The pilot pops on the intercom to tell us that Khe Sanh's taking heavy fire. You won't be able to stop the plane because they're taking mortars from every direction. So once we touch the ground, he's just gonna slow down a bit, and then we'll have to bail out and head for the trenches. Bail out? What the hell does that mean? Feels like the whole plane's about to rattle apart. Plane's dropping fast. Everybody's grabbing a hold of something, getting ready to get the hell out. We're about to make one hell of an entrance. Base is under siege. Everything's been shot to hell by enemy mortars and artillery. We're lucky we made it in here alive.
Hey, get behind something now. We got airborne.
After landing under intense enemy fire, Marine Corpsman Raymond Torres is in the thick of the battle at Khe Sanh. 2 days into the Tet Offensive, the 6,000 American Marines are entirely cut off by ground, surrounded by at least 20,000 North Vietnamese, who are mercilessly pounding them with mortar, rocket, and artillery fire. Their main protection against being overrun is the precision flying of American pilots and their accuracy in dropping one of the most destructive weapons of the Vietnam War, napalm.
Here it comes!
So damn close. Our pilots are dropping napalm right outside the perimeter. The canisters fall.
It's like balsa wood, kind of flutters, and it drops a little differently than a conventional bomb. And when it hits, it's just big explosion, and it's just a ball of fire, and it just keeps traveling and just burning everything in its path.
203, some guns we need up here.
Torres and his company of 150 men immediately move out to one of the small hilltop outposts that ring Quezon. Only a few thousand yards from enemy positions, these outposts are the last line of defense against the advancing NVA and have been the site of bitter fighting since the start of the battle.
Our orders are to hike our asses up to the top of Hill 861A to reinforce the company that's up there. Everyone's nervous as hell. There's no telling how bad the situation really is. But rumor has it that most of the guys up there got their throats slit with knives or their guts spilled out by bayonets. The smell is sickening. It's all I could do to keep from retching right on the spot. Dead North Vietnamese are strewn everywhere. Shot dead only a few feet outside the perimeter. No one says a word. But they don't have to. The look on their faces says it all. It was something you're not really prepared
to see. And that's when it sinks in that how did we get here and what are we doing here, you know, and is this for real? And it sinks in that, yes, this is for real.
While Torres joins the struggle at Quezon, throughout South Vietnam, U.S. and ARVN forces are launching a series of counteroffensives. Although the initial surprise of the Tet Offensive resulted in quick victories for the enemy, within days, the NVA and VC are being driven out of almost every major city hit during the attack. But while the American military begins to triumph, the real cost of the Tet Offensive is becoming clear.
One, possibly two armed personnel carriers that preceded us in here have been blown.
Unlike World War II, news coverage of Vietnam is not subject to government censorship. So as hundreds of war correspondents cover the battle, the images are broadcast into the homes of millions of Americans.
The infantry will move back into the tree line, hoping to re-establish contact with the Viet Cong.
Vietnam gives the American public their first unrestricted view of the graphic images of war. February 1st, 1968, an NBC cameraman is filming South Vietnam's chief of national police in Saigon when a Viet Cong prisoner is brought to him. The ensuing image becomes a symbol of the war's brutality.
Daddy. Mommy. Daddy. Yeah, good. Did you hear that, honey? Now say, Daddy. Daddy. Come home. Quick. Quick. Mommy, no.
This past week, the children and I recorded 7 audio letters to send to Ben. It seems to be the best way to keep their minds off what's happening in Vietnam. Keep them away from all the coverage on TV.
Ann Purcell's husband, Ben, deployed to Vietnam 7 months ago. She is at home with her 5 children as graphic news coverage of the Tet Offensive fills the airwaves.
There was a lot of coverage of actual battles and seeing the men wounded and that kind of thing. And we watched TV, but when that started happening, we didn't watch TV very much. Our son second son that was in second grade, he started having a lot of stomach aches and this kind of thing. And the doctor finally determined that it was his nerves, because he told me one day after he had watched TV, he said, "Mother, I'm afraid Dad won't ever come home."
Everywhere we go, school, church, even out shopping, all anyone wants to talk about is the war. I'm just so grateful that in a few weeks we're gonna take a trip to Hawaii to see Ben on R&R.
Hi, darling. I can't wait until we meet in Hawaii. Take care of yourself. Remember that I love you with all my heart. I miss you with all my heart. I'll be so glad when this tour is over. And I hope we never have to be separated again.
The ground never stops shaking. The mortars and artillery are constant. Everyone's exhausted. It's not even so much the physical work as the mental strain of it all.
Medical Corpsman Raymond Torres and his company of 150 Marines are at the defensive outpost atop Hill 861A on the outer perimeter of Quezon. Below them, enemy mortars and rockets continue to pound the base's airstrip, making it increasingly difficult to land planes. More and more, the Marines are forced to rely upon aerial drops for food, fuel, and most importantly, ammunition. For the pilots and crews of cargo planes, the normally routine operation is suddenly transformed into one of the most dangerous missions of the entire war. 600 feet above Quezon, the planes come under intense enemy fire. While the pilot attempts to hold steady, a crewman inside the belly of the aircraft crawls within feet of the open door and releases the supplies. For the Marines at Quezon, the pilots and crews of these cargo planes are the unsung heroes of the battle.
Nightfall is even worse than the chaos of the day. 'Cause out here, where it gets so dark that you can't even see a hand in front of your face, Charlie owns the night. And he'll slip up on you and slit your throat before you even have a chance to scream.
At night, the frontline Marines are at their most vulnerable. Supporting air and artillery fire is less effective in the dark.
All around us, I hear Marines screaming and rapid firing. NVA's trying to break through the line. Only nobody knows where they're coming from, and nobody could see a thing. Mortars and grenades are exploding right outside the trenches. I scramble toward the screams of a wounded Marine. Just as I'm hunching over him, trying to stop his bleeding, something hits the dirt a few feet away. It's a grenade. And in that short amount of time, everything just seemed to flash
through my mind. I started backing away, And when I backed away, I put my hand up to my face to protect my face. And the grenade exploded.
For a moment, everything goes silent from the concussion. And I realize that now I'm the one who needs to be saved.
"200 miles to the south, at the American base at Pleiku, the nurses and doctors of the 71st Evacuation Hospital are rallying to save the lives of critically wounded troops from battles all over South Vietnam. Among them is Captain Elizabeth Allen, a 26-year-old nurse stationed in the Trauma Intensive Care Unit.
The first time I heard the hum of a chopper coming in low, I thought it was the most soothing sound in the world. But now, standing on the medevac pad of an Army hospital, that same sound makes my heart race and my stomach tighten up.
Since the start of the Tet Offensive, the number of wounded Americans in need of hospitalization has nearly doubled from that of a month earlier.
It's the pace of it all that really wears you down. Back home, massive trauma and multiple amputees are rare. But out here, it's run-of-the-mill. The only way to deal with it is to go into sort of like robotic mode. You take the first one and you fix it, and then you go on to the second one and you fix it,
and you keep going until that's over. You learn to use all of your senses. If it smells bad, it's infected. If it's bleeding, you stop it. And you do the best you can with that. Because you don't have another choice except to crumble. And I have to tell you, crumbling ain't my style.
Honey, I wish you a belated happy birthday and have many, many more happy birthdays. And I'll be there for your next one.
All week long, we've been replaying Ben's latest letter. Hearing the sound of his voice. It's the only thing keeping us sane amidst the horrible news of Tet.
Ann Purcell is awaiting news from her husband, Ben. She continues to send him audio letters, but for the first time, he is not writing back.
Our best distraction is always church. Being there, among friends, is comforting. After the service is over, I saw the pastor
standing in the hall with Major Jim Statler. And I knew that they had something to tell me that I probably didn't want to know. Our pastor said, "Ann, come into my study," and we all walked in. And he closed the door, and Major Statler said, "Ann, Ben's missing in action."
All of these horrible thoughts started racing through my mind. Is he dead? Is he wounded? Is he out there in the jungle all alone? Or is he being held prisoner somewhere, beaten and tortured at this very moment?
The Tet Offensive made it clear that the communists had changed their tactics. But they didn't do it overnight. Despite optimistic reports to the contrary, it's been changing for a long time.
U.S. and Vietnamese troops. 3 weeks after the January 31st surprise Tet Offensive began, U.S. and South Vietnamese forces have successfully driven the NVA and VC out of almost every major city hit during the attack. Khe Sanh still remains embattled, but for the most part, the U.S. military is returning to its strategy of search and destroy, chasing the retreating enemy into the countryside. Second Lieutenant Barry Romo is back in the field outside Chu Lai, where it is believed that several hundred enemy soldiers who fled the city are now hiding.
All of a sudden, I hear a huge explosion behind me. Everyone hits the ground. When I look up, I see my platoon sergeant laying in a pool of blood. He stepped on a mine. We were just headed to LZ for pickup. Another 15 minutes, and we would have all made it out of here just fine. As we're getting loaded, one of my men tells me there's someone looking for me. I head over to the chopper he points towards. And as I get close, I see this major hold up a sign.
And he had written, "Your nephew Robert has been killed. Your brother Harold requests that you escort the body home. Will you escort the body home?" And he didn't say, "I'm sorry." He didn't verbally say it to me. He didn't have the decency of a human connection. He had to write it down.
I can barely process what just happened. My brother had written to tell me that Bobby got drafted and was sent over here. But I was never able to see him. And now he's dead. When we get back to base, the staff sergeant comes up to me.
Told me how Bobby had been killed. He'd been in a major operation in a place called Dong Ha, where they were working with the Marines. A friend had been shot, and just like in the movies, he had stood up and ran to help his friend. And he got shot in the throat, drowned in his own blood.
As the news sinks in, I start to realize something else. I'm leaving Vietnam. And I'm never going to see any of my guys again. What's going to happen to them when I'm not here? I don't know. Who's going to take care of them and make sure they get through this thing alive? After everything I've been through, after everything all of us have been through, it kills me to know that I'm leaving them behind. When I went to Vietnam, we thought we could win. Anyone who goes now after the Tet Offensive knows that they are going to fight for a lost cause.
The Tet Offensive becomes a turning point, not only for the U.S. military, but for journalists covering the war. On February 27th, CBS anchor Walter Cronkite, known as the most trusted man in America, returns from a week-long trip to Vietnam and steps out of his role as reporter to offer his personal view on the war.
To say that we are closer to victory today is to believe, in the face of the evidence, the optimists who have been wrong in the past. To suggest we are on the edge of defeat is to yield to unreasonable pessimism. To say that we are mired in stalemate seems the only realistic, if unsatisfactory, conclusion. But it is increasingly clear to this report that the only rational way out then will be to negotiate, not as victors, but as an honorable people who lived up to their pledge to defend democracy and did the best they could.
Two days after Walter Cronkite's somber analysis of the war, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, one of the Johnson administration's key architects for the Vietnam War, steps down.
I cannot find words to express what lies in my heart today.
Although he had announced his intended resignation 3 months earlier, McNamara's departure in the wake of Tet is seen by many as confirmation that the administration's Vietnam policy is failing.
How will this help end the war? Well, this hopefully is a democracy.
What becomes known as the credibility gap is vastly widened, as many American people see a strikingly different view of the war than the optimistic pronouncements of the Johnson administration.
All the statements are very different, and it's very hard to believe. One says this way, the other one says the other way, and I don't know what to believe.
I have a brother that's that just came back from Vietnam, and he talked about it, and it's a lot rougher than what they said.
National politicians seize the opportunity and openly speak out against the war. The senator from Minnesota, Eugene McCarthy, challenges President Johnson, his fellow Democrat, for the party's nomination for the coming election, and nearly defeats him in the New Hampshire primary.
The entire history of this war in Vietnam, no matter what we call it, has been one of continued error and of misjudgment. And many of us in the Congress followed patiently.
With his administration in turmoil and public support for the war at just 41%, Johnson addresses the nation.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. Tonight I want to speak to you of peace in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. No other
He orders a halt to the bombing of North Vietnam in the area where 90% of the population resides, and announces an effort to start peace talks to settle the war.
250 million human beings.
He then drops a political bombshell.
With American sons in the field far away, with America's future under challenge right here at home, with our hopes and the world's hopes for peace and the balance every day, I do not believe that I should devote an hour or a day of my time to any personal partisan causes or to any duties other than the awesome duties of this office, the presidency of your country. Accordingly, I shall not seek and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
8 days after Johnson's stunning announcement, the siege at Khe Sanh, the final remaining battle of the Tet Offensive, officially ends. The Air Force's relentless bombing succeeded in finally forcing the NVA to pull back, and eventually opened the way for soldiers from the 1st Air Cavalry to break through to the base. The 77-day-long battle is the longest ever fought by U.S. troops during the Vietnam War, and one of the costliest. Of the 6,000 Americans at Khe Sanh, 274 have been killed, and another 2,500 wounded. Of the estimated 20,000 NVA who originally encircled the base, 12,000 are dead.
suppose part of me is still in shock. I thought for sure I was gonna die up on that hill. But somehow, we held off the attack.
Medical corpsman Raymond Torres suffers shrapnel wounds to his face, torso, and legs.
They always say, no Marine left behind. And they really mean it. Those Marines hauled my ass to safety. They were there for me when I was so hurt I couldn't do a thing for them. I suppose that's the hardest part of it all. The fact that I lived when so many of them died. I was the medic. I was the guy that was supposed to take care of them. They weren't supposed to take care of me. It's just very hard
on you emotionally because you do everything that you can and it's not enough, you know. And that's always weighed on me throughout my whole life.
In their final analysis, the U.S. military reports that 69% of the 84,000 NVA and Viet Cong troops who fought during the Tet Offensive are killed. The VC guerrillas suffer such devastating losses, both in numbers and to their command structure, that they are essentially wiped out as an effective fighting unit. Militarily, Tet is an unquestionable American victory. But for much of the American public, it will be the graphic images of death and destruction that continue to resonate the loudest. Tet has changed the war. Two months after the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong shattered America's expectations of a quick victory by launching the Tet Offensive, the Vietnam War is increasingly unpopular.
Hundreds of young men across the country are burning their draft cards this week in their commitment to resist the draft.
Are you burning your draft cards?
I don't want to get killed. I don't mind getting in the Army, but you're going to go over in Vietnam and die in some rice paddy for something that not even the president can tell you what it's about.
As the U.S. military presence continues to escalate, voluntary enlistments fail to keep pace, forcing the Army to increasingly depend on the draft to fill the growing ranks.
They may call this place the home of the combat infantrymen, but it's more like a temporary home. Within a few months, all our asses are heading to Vietnam.
19-year-old draftee Arthur Wicknick is training in Fort Polk, Louisiana. For tens of thousands of recruits, the 198,000-acre complex is their last stop before Vietnam.
A month ago, the military wasn't even on my radar. I had just bought a new car, a 1968 Camaro. And I just got a new job
at an aircraft company. I was making pretty good money. And then I got a draft notice. That was such a crushing blow because I lived a comfortable life. I had everything I ever wanted. and it was going to be taken away from me. But I still had to go because all my friends were being drafted.
Go! Go!
No matter how bad this place is, I'd still rather be here than in Vietnam. So when my commanding officer says he wants to send me to NCO candidate school to become a squad leader, I'm about to say no. Until he says, you can stay in the States 6 more months.
I said, well, then I'll do it. Because I didn't want to go to Vietnam. And then I figured within 6 months, maybe the war will be over or our involvement will be so minimal that they won't be taking anybody anymore. Unfortunately, when I went to the school, the war hadn't even reached its peak yet.
Indeed, the war Arthur Wicknick is about to enter is in fact continuing to escalate. Although the NVA and VC suffered a military defeat during Tet, they did win a psychological victory. Now, they are launching a series of small-scale attacks to further weaken American morale. For a nation already in turmoil, the shocking events of the next 5 months will nearly tear it apart. Against this backdrop of war and domestic unrest, Republican Richard Nixon wins the presidency on the promise of restoring order at home and achieving peace abroad.
The greatest honor history can bestow is the title of peacemaker. This honor now beckons America.
But as Nixon takes the oath of office, there are 537,000 American troops in Vietnam. 300 are being killed or wounded weekly. And despite the replacement of General William Westmoreland with General Creighton Abrams as the overall commander 6 months earlier, the military situation remains virtually the same. A tedious rhythm of search and destroy in which American ground forces spend weeks at a time hunting down an elusive enemy in an unforgiving terrain and then tallying the bodies of the dead. For U.S. soldiers arriving in 1969, Vietnam is the same body count-based war that it was 4 years earlier. Relieve some of the stress on soldiers who are in continual action in the field, the U.S. military has in-country rest and recreation, or R&R, sites. Although these have existed in previous wars, Vietnam is the first time they are located in an active war zone.
If this is Vietnam, this is my kind of war. They've even got girls in bikinis.
1 month after arriving in Vietnam, Sergeant Arthur Wicknick's company from the 101st Airborne is sent for a 3-day rest.
It's great and all, but at the same time, I kind of feel guilty. Most of these guys have been out there fighting the VC for months. They deserve a chance to kick back and blow off some steam. I don't. But just as I'm starting to enjoy myself, they're shuffling us back to Camp Evans.
And something big was up, but we didn't know what it was. So we're all assembled, and our captain comes out and tells us that some of our buddies are in trouble out in the Ashaw Valley, and we're going to go in and help them. Now, I had never heard of the Ashaw Valley, but some of these other guys did. So a couple of guys were saying, oh my God, the Ashaw Valley. He says, the NVA drive trucks down there. We're going there? What the heck's going on?
Unknown to Wicknick, he is about to enter one of the most viciously contested regions in all of South Vietnam. Located along the Laotian border, the heavily jungled Aw Shaw Valley is one of the NVA's most valuable base areas in South Vietnam. It serves as a funnel for soldiers and supplies coming off the Ho Chi Minh Trail. A week earlier, a 400-man battalion of U.S. soldiers discovered 1,500 NVA dug into Hill 937, less than a mile from the border. They've been locked in intense combat ever since and are in desperate need of reinforcements to take the hill.
Right away, the supply sergeant starts shoving tons of ammo at us. We're told to double up on everything. Instead of 200 rounds of M16, take 400. Instead of 50 rounds of M60, take 100. Jesus. We really must be heading into something big. I'm trying to keep it together. But, you know, I've never been in major combat before. I mean, aside from training, I barely even fired my weapon. I don't know what I'm gonna do, other than just go with my gut and pray that it all works out. Up here, everything looks eerily picturesque. Kind of reminds me of Vermont. But I know better than that. Vietnam sure as hell is not Vermont.
Sergeant Arthur Wicknick and his company are en route to Hill 937 to reinforce U.S. troops who have been trying to dislodge the NVA for the past week. The hill is located along one of the many enemy pathways into the south. U.S. forces are attempting to cut them off.
When I glance around at the other guys' faces, they're all staring straight ahead. So I look, and I can see off in the distance this brown mountaintop
against a green backdrop, and I knew then that's probably where we're gonna go.
We hit the ground as fast as we can, and we head straight towards this little command center. I can hardly believe my eyes. Filthy, unshaven GIs are everywhere. Empty ammo boxes and C rations thrown on the ground. Even the air stinks like human waste. Now, I'm taking it all in when one guy points to me and he says,
Pointed at me and said, hey, Sergeant, you better get those stripes off. I said, what do you mean? I earned these. And he says, no, you got to take them off because the enemy is shooting the leaders first, and you're going to be a target when you get out there. As he was explaining this, for me to take my stripes off, Another guy came over and said, "Hey, come on, Jim, you know, let these guys be. They haven't been here yet. They don't know what it's like." Apparently, these guys have been there since the beginning of this battle that had been going on for 8 days. And then I started thinking back how we were at a picnic, drinking beer, while these poor bastards were going through this battle. I just felt awful. I wanted to get away from these guys because I didn't feel I deserved to even be in their company.
As we settle in, I can hear these Vietnamese voices ringing out from the top of that hill. Now, nobody knows what they're saying, but the message is clear. They want us to know that they're there, and they're waiting for us.
As Wicknick and his company prepare for their assault up Hill 937, 15 miles to the west, American pilots are attempting to stop enemy advances into the south by going straight to the source of the problem, the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Although diplomatic policy prohibits U.S. ground troops from entering Laos and Cambodia, where the vast majority of the trail is located, U.S. aircraft are not restricted from bombing. Despite the relentless bombing, enemy movements along the Ho Chi Minh Trail prove impossible to stop. With more than 6,000 miles of paths, the NVA simply reroute themselves around damaged areas, while a crew of 100,000 North Vietnamese laborers work round the clock on maintenance and repair. The result is that enemy forces are able to move nearly 10,000 tons of supplies every month, forcing U.S. ground troops to try to stop them in an inhospitable landscape of endless jungle-covered hills.
Between the monsoon rain and the unbearable humidity, everyone's constantly soaked. It's bad enough we've already lost half a dozen men to the NVA. Now we're starting to lose them to jungle rot. Though after being stranded out here for 3 days, I suppose a little bad weather is the least of our problems.
23-year-old Marine Lieutenant Carl Marlantis is on Hill 400, 65 miles north of Arthur Wicknick. 3 days earlier, he and his company of 170 Marines set out to stop what they believed to be a group of 100 NVA crossing into the south via the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Instead, they stumbled into the path of an entire enemy regiment, numbering nearly 2,500.
Out here, in the middle of all this shit, it's hard to believe that just over a year ago I was at Oxford. I was only there about 5 or 6 weeks before I was feeling guilty.
There I was, sort of drinking beer and dating girls and having a very wonderful time. And my friends were over in Vietnam fighting. So I came to that point of, all right, you know, I can't sit here. I sort of had this feeling I was hiding behind privilege. And I couldn't do that anymore. I just woke up one morning and I said, I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go to Vietnam. And now I'm stuck out here on some godforsaken hill. Another company's a few miles away, but the NVA have us surrounded. They're hitting us with
mortars all the time. We'd run out of water, even though it was a monsoon, and so we were trying to catch the fog in our ponchos and licking our ponchos to try and, you know, so we were in a desperate strait. We had about 8 seconds of machine gun ammo left for each, and we divided everything evenly. We just divided everything evenly. And I remember just looking at a little patch of ground and thinking how wonderful it was just to see the earth, you know, and thinking about what will I miss, because I'll be dead.
For the first time in days, we can actually see clear skies.
Motor Kilo 6, they are off the landing zone.
And the radio crackles to life, telling us the words we've been praying for. Choppers are on their way.
Marine Lieutenant Carl Marlantis is stranded atop Hill 400, near the Laotian border. After suffering heavy casualties during intense combat with an NVA force, he and his 170-man company have spent the past 3 days without food or supplies.
As soon as the wounded are taken care of, dozens of reinforcements start unloading cases of ammo and sea rations. God, I've never seen so many guys so happy for such a crappy meal. When I'm done eating, I head over to the skipper to get our new orders. But as he starts to speak, my entire body tenses up. He says most of the enemies moved on, except for about 100 that are still dug into the next hill over. Hill 484. Then he says that since it was our company's job to stop the MVA in the first place, it should be our company's job to take 484 now. I can hardly believe my ears. I mean, we've been stuck out here for 3 days without supplies, and now they want us to continue the assault? But the decision's already been made. We attack at dawn. As we head out to get in position, all sorts of thoughts start running through my mind. Thinking about how we're gonna take the hill. If we do it this way...
Yeah, that's a good idea, but how about if we do it this way? Well, that'll work, but this will happen. And you just try as hard as you can to come up with a solution. And you realize that there's no solution that you'll be able to do it without losing people. And I can remember seeing a very vague outline of that hill above us in the darkness. And you just go like, you know, there's people up there that I don't know, and they don't know me. And in the next hour or two, we're gonna be trying to kill each other. And you just sit there and you just shake your head and wonder. It's like, I'm gonna go through this. I'm not gonna turn around and walk away. You're gonna go up the hill. And at the same time,
you're wondering, why am I going up that hill? But I already know the answer. It's because I'm a Marine. And we don't let each other down.
The sun's just peeking up over the horizon. Men whisper quietly to one another. For a moment, it's almost oddly peaceful.
Sergeant Arthur Wicknick is at the base of Hill 937 in the Oshaw Valley. He and his company have joined a battalion that for the past 10 days has been attempting to take the hill. Today, they will begin their 10th and hopefully final assault.
And then the order comes down. Fix bayonets. We're gonna kill everyone we see. And if we run out of bullets, we're gonna stab them to death.
Come up on my left side so I can break right.
At 8 o'clock, U.S. pilots begin a 30-minute bombardment of Hill 937. At 8:30, every American firebase within range begins 90 minutes of intense preparatory fire. At 10 o'clock, the artillery falls silent, and the ground assault begins.
You're thinking you're gonna go up in an orderly fashion. But it's just not that way.
It's all chaos. It's all shooting. Guys start peeling off in different directions, trying to get away from whatever's happening around them.
Over all that noise, you can hear the bullets coming in. It sounds crazy. You can literally hear them hitting the dirt in front of you. And I can't figure out why the hell they're picking on me. And then I realize I never took my stripes off. They're trying to kill me because I'm a leader.
They're trying to kill me because I'm a leader. Well, I didn't have a knife. I didn't have anything. I wasn't going to cut my stripes off now. I'm too busy trying to keep from getting killed. So I got up and I just started firing at that spot again, put another magazine and get up and start firing. And the third time I went to do that, something suddenly blinded me.
And when I reach up to protect my eyes, something suddenly hits me in the chest, knocks me backwards. And for a second, all I can think is, this is it. I'm gonna die on a hill out in the middle of nowhere. But then the pain starts getting more intense.
And what had happened is this enemy soldier that was shooting at me, his first round came in, hit the dirt in front of my face, blasted the dirt in my eyes. And when I reached up his second round, it didn't penetrate my body, but it had enough power to knock me right on my ass. There's no way in hell I'll be this lucky again. So I yell at my guys, I want you to follow me. And I took off running. And as I ran, bullets were coming, bullets were nipping at my feet. I just started running up that hill. Jumping over abandoned bunkers, not even paying any attention to what's going on around me.
All I know is if I'm gonna survive, I've got to get to the top of that hill.
Everybody's flat on the ground, kissing dirt. If we don't find a way to take out those bunkers, we're all gonna end up dead.
Marine Lieutenant Carl Marlantis is on Hill 484. Hours earlier, he and his company began an assault against approximately 100 NVA who were dug into the hill.
I holler at one of my gunners.
And I said, you gotta engage that machine gun that's coming out of that bunker up there. You've got to keep them busy. And he laid down and they started a machine gun duel. That machine gun shooting at him and him shooting back. And he was pumping blood because he'd been hit in the leg. And you could see the blood coming out of his leg as his heart was beating. And this kid just kept shooting. But he kept that machine gun down, and I thought, this is it. And I started running up the hill. And I thought I was all by myself.
But out of the corner of my eye, I see all my guys just seconds behind me. And when we get to the bunkers, everyone opens up.
Just seconds behind me, and we hit those bunkers, and
I start
went
running down the line,
throwing hand grenades into them, and everybody else was coming with me, and we took the hill.
Four men from my platoon died, taking Hill 484. And every one of them was a friend.
To try and be a leader, you have to order people to do things that kills them. And that's hard. And it's usually your best guys. Because if you know it's going to be tough, you put your best guys to make sure that we get the job done, and then your best guys die. And it's always a tough one. I carry that with me.
I'm hunkered down, bracing for the next wave of gunfire. But it's strangely calm. All I hear is some rifle shots and a few hand grenades off in the distance. And then I see someone coming up, and he flashes me the peace sign. And then I realize that's my guys coming up the hill.
On May 20th, 1969, after 10 days of brutal fighting, U.S. forces successfully secure Hill 937. The cost to the U.S., 70 American soldiers killed and 372 wounded. The cost to the enemy, more than 600 killed. Although U.S. forces win the hill and the Battle of the Body Count, the majority of the 1,500 North Vietnamese originally spotted on Hill 937 escape into Laos.
I'm so thrilled, I don't even know what to say. I can't believe I survived. We've actually taken this bitch of a hill. Right as I'm about to sit down and rest for a second, a couple of soldiers come over to me and they say, hey, you know, they got a name for this hill. So I say, really?
What is it? Well, they call it Hamburger Hill. Okay, why do they call it that? Well, because it was a human meat grinder, and that's why they gave it that name. And there's even a sign over there on that stump. So I went over and looked, and there was a sign there that said Hamburger Hill. It was stuck to a tree stump with a bayonet. And so I was looking at the sign, and I said, okay.
I see a few tiny words scrawled on a piece of paper and pinned beneath it. They read, "Was it worth it?" For a moment, I looked around at the blasted out tree stumps and the empty, hollow bomb craters. And the moans of the wounded start to fill my ears. And the smell of cordite starts to burn my nose. And I just stand there thinking, was it worth it? Was Hamburger Hill really worth it? God, I certainly hope so.
The battle for Hamburger Hill near the Laotian border is over. A dozen North Vietnamese snipers were killed today.
So much for savoring victory. They're already making us pack up and leave this damn hill.
On June 5th, 1969, 16 days after heroically seizing Hamburger Hill, U.S. forces abandon it. 3 weeks later, the NVA retake the hill without a fight.
Hamburger Hill was just on a larger scale what happened all over Vietnam. So on the tactical level, it was easy to understand what our job was. On the more esoteric level, there was no objective. I mean, you think about World War II, it was my father fought and my uncles. Well, at first, you know, if you're in the Pacific, you take this island and you take that island and you get closer to Tokyo and you can sort of measure your progress. Like, oh, looks like we're winning. Or, you know, you land in Normandy and then you liberate Paris and then you go across the Rhine and you had objectives. Vietnam was the first war where it was unclear. How do you know when you've won?
On June 27th, in a groundbreaking 12-page cover story, Life magazine publishes the photographs of 242 Americans killed in Vietnam in just 1 week. Many mistakenly believe that all of the men died taking Hamburger Hill. The battle suddenly ignites a firestorm of controversy.
President Nixon, when he was running during the campaign, stated he had a peace plan. We'd like to know what it is.
We want to show Mr. Nixon that there are so many people opposed to the war that it is politically possible for him to end it now.
Senator Kennedy of Massachusetts delivered a brief speech criticizing what he called the senseless and irresponsible military pride in which American men are sent to their deaths in pointless battles like this one for Hamburger Hill.
Although U.S. forces have fought battles like Hamburger Hill many times in the past, the American public, still traumatized by the Tet Offensive and frustrated with President Nixon for not delivering the peace he promised, comes to see the battle as representative of the entire Vietnam War, an unjustifiable loss of American lives. The cumulative effect of 4 years of graphic news coverage, an ever-increasing death toll, and a building anger over a seemingly endless war push some Americans to look for an outlet for their frustrations. For the first time in U.S. history, the American soldier will bear the burden of the public's disapproval.
remember my last day so clearly because I landed in Da Nang, and in Da Nang, it was like that was the airfield where you went home from. I was so filled with joy that I'd sort of escaped. I'd made it.
As soon as we get off the ground, everybody starts screaming and yelling, everything imaginable. They're throwing stuff around, pillows, everything. Once we got airborne, the pilot says, "Gentlemen, if anybody wants a last look at Vietnam, I can go fly up the coast for a little bit." And everybody yelled out a collective obscenity at the pilot. No.
Where my brother picked me up in the airport and, you know, tearful reunion. And then he said, well, you know, we got to go outside now. And he said, I got to warn you, it's not going to be very pleasant out there. And I said, what? And he said, well, there's kind of trouble with protesters. And I thought, oh, trouble? You know, I just came from Vietnam. What's the problem?
And I just felt like $1,000,000. I'm strolling down through the terminal, my uniform, my duffel bag, my chest full of medals. I'm so proud. Nothing was going to change that mood until people started looking at me.
We go out and we got in his car, and these protesters were pounding on the car with the bottoms of their signs, and they were shouting at me, and they were pounding on the window and snarling and calling me names, and that was my welcome home. I was just sort of stunned.
And as I'm looking around, watching people, I see some people whispering, pointing at me, and all that proud patriotism I felt was just being drained away. And as that room filled up, all the seats were being filled, except the one on my left and the one on the right. People would rather sit on the floor or stand up against the wall than sit next to me. I never felt so alone, so unwanted, uncared for in my life. I just had to go home and get out of that uniform. Something I was so proud of had become something to be ashamed of.
I just had this sense of I could reach across the street and just show you that I'm just me, and that the people that, you know, you're protesting about and deriding are just, you know, kids trying to do a good job. But there was no reaching across the street.
So after my cousin picked me up and we left the airport, we drove home. And as soon as I got in the house, my father, sitting at the table, his mouth dropped. And they couldn't even, they were speechless, they couldn't talk. So I said, where's Mom? She says, well, she's sleeping. Sleeping, it's 10 o'clock. So I go in there in the bedroom, I said, Mom, I'm home. It was just so great to be home.
In the spring of 1969, 4 years after the first ground combat troops landed in Da Nang, there are more than 500,000 U.S. troops in Vietnam. But the war that once garnered the vast majority of America's support has drastically changed. Years of growing frustration over a military strategy that focuses on enemy bodies instead of territory has caused public support to plummet. And for the first time, the American soldiers in Vietnam are feeling the effects of the anti-war movement at home. Having run on a campaign pledge of peace with honor, 6 months after taking office, President Nixon meets with South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van Thieu and announces his plan to end American involvement in Vietnam.
After 5 years in which more and more Americans have been sent to Vietnam, we finally have reached the point where we can begin to bring Americans home from Vietnam.
The U.S. military now begins the long and complicated process of withdrawing American troops and training the South Vietnamese to take over full combat responsibilities. The strategy is called Vietnamization.
Our hearts and minds aren't here. They're back home, where most of us think we belong.
24-year-old Don DeVore is an artilleryman with the 1st Infantry Division, stationed at Firebase Gym, just north of Saigon. 9 months earlier, DeVore received his draft notice at the same time his wife found out she was pregnant.
Last fall, when my wife told me she was pregnant and I got my draft notice, I recall being
violently sick to my stomach. I mean, it was just an awful feeling. I had no desire to go into the service. I had no desire to probably have to go to Vietnam. We all really had the same mission. Let's get this over with.
Let's stay safe, and let's get back home to our families. Because we all know we're trying to get the hell out of here. And none of us wants to be the last guy to die for a lost cause. Vietnam.
Everyone's on edge. Bad enough that we're out here in the middle of this crap. Now on top of that, we've got these damn ARVN hanging over our shoulders.
Gary Benedetti is a 24-year-old coxswain in the Brownwater Navy. As part of the Vietnamization process, he and his fellow sailors are training the South Vietnamese to operate U.S. boats and weapons in the Mekong Delta. With over 3,000 miles of twisting rivers, streams, and canals, the Delta is a watery version of the Ho Chi Minh Trail, used by enemy soldiers to move men, weapons, and supplies into the South. It's also home to over half the population of South Vietnam, an estimated 8 million people, and produces nearly 70% of the country's rice, making it one of the most highly contested areas in South Vietnam.
How the hell we're supposed to teach these guys to take over for us. I mean, our Navy's been out on these rivers for years trying to stop the Viet Cong, and we're still having a hell of a time. If you ask me, from my perspective, and from the perspective of a lot of guys
I worked with on the rivers, it didn't seem to be that good of an idea. What it was is lack of knowledge of the boat. I mean, they're brought up in the rice paddies. They can shoot, You know, a farmer can shoot, but he can also fix a tractor. These guys didn't have tractors, they had water buffalo. So to put them on
a piece of machinery.
A piece of machinery.
You can't do it. Especially out here, in the middle of all this. I mean, the VC ambush us every chance they get. When that happens, it takes everything we got just to stop them.
Oscar 5-3.
Forget about winning. It's gonna take everything they got just to survive.
Hello, Daddy. This is Debbie. How are you today? When you have time, will you...
Hello, Dad. This is David, and I'd just like to tell you a few things that happened. I don't have too many things to say.
I like to get them. That's what makes me want to write back. Okay? See ya. Goodbye.
Remember that I love you with all my heart. I miss you with all my heart. And I hope we never have to be separated again. Just hope that the war can be over. Take care. I love you.
Ann Purcell's husband, Ben, has been missing in action in Vietnam for 13 months, ever since the helicopter he was riding in was shot down. Since then, she and her 5 children have had no contact with him and no information as to whether or not he is still alive.
I haven't listened to Ben's tape since he went missing. It's far too painful. But he is still all I ever think about. Most mornings, it's a struggle to get out of bed. If it weren't for the children, I probably wouldn't even bother. So when the
and
military
my assistant
liaison
officer
calls
called and said, "May I come out?" And I said, "Sure." And so he came out and handed me a little piece of paper, and it said, "Your husband's status is being changed from missing in action to POW because a Viet Cong soldier has been captured, and on him he had all the interrogation papers of the men that were aboard the helicopter."
As I run outside to tell the children, I'm suddenly overcome with the sheer, simple beauty of the day. It's as if I've spent the last year seeing the entire world through a dark gray veil. And now, finally, that gray is gone. Of course, I realize that none of this means Ben is still alive. A lot could have happened in the last 13 months. But still, I feel like I finally got something to hold on to. I've got hope.
To describe this place, other than Woodstock, is one weird, wild place. And I'm loving every minute of it.
Don DeVore's world has quickly changed. 3 days ago, he was in Vietnam. Now he's home on emergency leave because his wife went into early labor. She and the baby are fine, but his sleepy hometown has undergone quite a change.
I got
All the
on
roads
Route
around
17.
here were like
it was a parking lot. I thought perhaps there was an accident or something, but it was just so many cars there. I couldn't believe it. I turned on the radio, and they were reporting on Woodstock. So I called some friends
who lived nearby
in the area,
and they came over and we said, "Let's go to Woodstock."
Well, come on, all of you big, strong men. Uncle Sam needs help again. Got himself in a terrible jam. Way down yonder in Vietnam. Put down your books, pick up a gun. We're gonna have...
Other than being the only guy with short hair, I feel like I fit in here way better than I ever did in Vietnam.
Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. Next up is Vietnam.
It just didn't resonate with Vietnam. They're these two separate worlds, you know? But as much as I try to push it out of my mind, I know none of this is gonna last. A couple of days when this leaves over, Woodstock my family, and my brand new baby will all be a distant memory. Because I'll be back in Vietnam. Every day here is the same as it was before I left. We send out round after round for hours at a time, and then we sit back and wait, bored out of our minds, until it starts again.
After a week in the U.S., Don DeVore is back at Firebase Gym. He and his fellow soldiers have just learned that Ho Chi Minh, the communist leader of North Vietnam, has died.
They're saying we're supposed to have a ceasefire in honor of Ho's death. But we all learned from Tet that ceasefires don't mean shit. Our units in the field have been calling in for artillery support all day. I bet we fired at least 1,000 rounds in the last few hours.
Like all fire support bases, Firebase Gym provides artillery cover for American or South Vietnamese infantry units in the field. When these troops come under attack, they depend upon nearby fire bases for survival.
Come sunset, things die down. But we're still on full alert.
Not surprisingly, enemy forces launch the majority of their attacks at night, under the cover of dark. Fire bases, such as Gym, are considered primary targets. And since the bases are immobile, the VC have ample time to scope out any weaknesses.
We may own the day, but the North
Vietnamese, the Viet Cong, they owned the night. That was their time. I always felt that that's when the advantage went over to them, because then a lot of the modern weaponry and techniques that we had just didn't apply to the nighttime. And at night was when we were most aware that we were very vulnerable.
Some nearby bases got hit last night, so everyone's on edge. Me and 5 other guys are assigned to guard duty at the fire control bunker. Our orders are to radio in coordinates as soon as a target's spotted. Although, right now, I'm so tense I can barely talk. All of a sudden, I hear an explosion on top of the bunker.
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure what it was, but I could see a very nervous look on the faces of some of the others, and I heard somebody say it sounded like an RPG going off, a rocket-propelled grenade. All of a sudden, this terror just goes through everybody, you know. I heard somebody yell, "There are dinks in the wire." It exploded, I think, right next to my feet, and that's the one that hit me. And it literally picked me a couple of feet right up off the ground and slammed me back down. And then I could feel a lot of pain.
A lot of pain up and down the left side of my body. When I look over at my left arm, it's a mangled, bloody mess. It's the last thing I remember before blacking out.
By dawn, the attack on Firebase Gym is over. As usual, the enemy withdraws at first light when American firepower is once again most effective.
When I open my eyes, a bunch of guys are cheering for me. Kind of like a football player who's been hurt on the field. He's now being carried off to the yells and screams of the crowd. And as we lift off, a calm starts to come over me. I can see out the side door that the morning sun is starting to set in. Kind of a purplish red sky. And all I can think to myself is, I'm alive. For me, this craziness is over.
In the fall of 1969, the anti-war movement is heating up. On October 15th, more than 1 million people across the country, in both small towns and large cities, participate in the Vietnam moratorium demonstrations.
It's the time of the season when love runs high. In this time, give it to me easy, and let me try with pleasured hands to take you in this time.
Meanwhile, even though the total number of troops is starting to be reduced, the military still needs men to fill its ranks, and a draft to meet that need. For years, local draft boards have been widely criticized for a deferment policy that gives preference to students and the wealthy. So, on December 1st, 1969, the Selective Service holds its first draft lottery since World War II.
June 25th.
366 plastic balls, each marked with a different birth date, including February 29th, are drawn to determine a completely random draft order for men between the ages of 19 and 25.
July 4, 279.
Dashing through the snow, in one horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, rolling all the way.
The children have been the happiest I've seen them since Ben left. It actually even feels like Christmas this year.
Ann Purcell and her family are celebrating their first holiday since learning her husband, Ben, is among the approximately 400 known prisoners of war being held in North Vietnam.
Ever since we got the news about Ben, all the children think he'll be coming home soon. My daughter,
So
Debbie,
was
is
just
even convinced that we're going to get a letter
we were
at Christmas.
going to get a letter at Christmas. And she would go to the mailbox every day. It just broke my heart. I just wanted to cry. And I said, Debbie, you know, I hope we get mail, but I just don't want you to just be there every day and agonize over this. And I guess I agonized over it as much as she did. But she still went every day. And she was so disappointed that we didn't get one.
It breaks my heart to see her so disappointed. But even more, it makes me realize that I've actually got to do something. I can't just sit back and hope anymore. I've got to do whatever it takes to make my family whole again.
Cruising down these rivers, surrounded by people who still live like they're in the Stone Age. You can almost forget that we're in the middle of a war zone. Although that's the best way to get yourself killed. Because out here, everything can change in a second. And you never see it coming.
Gary Benedetti and his crew have been patrolling in the Mekong Delta for the past 12 months. Their current assignment is to pick up a group of Navy SEALs who have come under attack by the Viet Cong. They're on board what's known as an Alpha boat, which is specifically designed to withstand underwater explosions.
The further we go, the narrower the river gets, to the point where it's less than 100 feet across. And you're looking expecting to get shot at
any time, and you can't see anything, because all you can see is jungle. You can't see beyond the jungle because it's really thick. So you're kind of going down there, and you're wondering what happens.
Happening. You're expecting it at any time. Suddenly, we're taking sniper fire from the shoreline. Everybody opens up. You don't even know what the hell you're shooting. You just keep shooting. Over the radio, I hear the commander screaming, "Ceasefire! Ceasefire! This is Jester Alpha! Ceasefire!" When the smoke finally clears, we can see what we've hit. It's a little village, full of people, all dead. I can feel my blood start to boil. Because, the VC, they do this on purpose. They hide behind these people, and then they fire on us. Because they know we'll fire back. It's their way of making sure the civilians don't trust us. In a few more weeks, I'll be going home. When I do, I sure as hell hope the South Vietnamese can pick up the slack. Because judging from how these VC treat these people, God help them if they can't.
In Paris, peace talks between North and South Vietnam, the Viet Cong, and the United States are deadlocked. After nearly 2 years, almost all that has been agreed upon is the shape of the negotiating table. Hoping to speed up the process, National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger begins secret meetings with North Vietnamese negotiator Le Duc Tho. Meanwhile, Nixon's Vietnamization program is being slowly but steadily implemented. Throughout the country, U.S. troops are handing over equipment, bases, and years of military knowledge to the South Vietnamese.
It's going to be a shambles. There are good ARPANs, don't get me wrong, there are some really crack outfits, but the rest of them, I don't want any part of it. It's going to be bad. Can't get the support now. What's it going to be like when there's less and less of us?
As it becomes clear that America's goal is no longer full-fledged military victory, but instead an honorable exit from Vietnam, the morale of troops is affected.
This stuff smells pretty strong.
It is. This is really nice stuff over here.
And you empty it out and you stick the bowl in the barrel, blow into the bowl, and when it comes out, you get really stoned.
I picked a hell of a time to come back to this country. Although the main reason I did is because I'm dying for a chance to command a battalion.
Lieutenant Colonel James Anderson is an aide to General Creighton Abrams, the overall U.S. military commander in Vietnam. 7 years after serving as an advisor to the ARVN, Anderson now prepares to take command of an American battalion.
General Abrams turned to me one night at the dinner table and he said, "Jim," he said, "why don't you take command of that battalion?" It was almost as though to say, "Okay, wise guy, you seem to have all the answers. Won't you go show me?" And I said, "I'd love to take command of that battalion."
Anderson will soon discover just how important unifying his men is.
The door to battalion headquarters opens, and in walk a bunch of generals. They swear me to secrecy and get right to the point. How long before you can be prepared to make a combat assault into Cambodia?
And I said, "Are we talking about in terms of hours, days, weeks, months?" And they said, "We're talking about hours."
For years, the North Vietnamese have used neighboring Cambodia as a refuge. Much of the Ho Chi Minh Trail runs through the country, and large stores of enemy weapons and supplies are hidden along the border. But since the start of hostilities, U.S. policy has prohibited its ground troops from entering the country for risk of widening the war. In early 1970, however, President Nixon sees a window of opportunity when the Cambodian leader Norodom Sihanouk is ousted by the pro-American general Lon Nol. Despite the political risk, Nixon decides a chance at destroying the NVA's capacity to launch assaults into South Vietnam is worth the gamble, and so he issues top-secret orders, sending U.S. troops into Cambodia.
It's like a shot of adrenaline straight into my veins. Within hours, hundreds of soldiers are assembling. Massive amounts of ammo and supplies are being flown in and distributed. No one can contain their excitement. We've been waiting a long time for this. A chance to cross that forbidden line and see what's on the other side. We're finally going into Cambodia. I haven't slept in almost 24 hours, and yet I feel more awake now than I ever have in my life.
Lieutenant Colonel James Anderson is leading his battalion from the 1st Air Cavalry into Cambodia. Ahead of them stretch waves of tactical fighters and B-52 bombers, while below race mile-long columns of mechanized infantry and armor. Altogether, 30,000 U.S. troops are poised for action. Their mission is twofold. First, decimate enemy sanctuaries and disrupt NVA supply lines along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And second, attempt to find and destroy the Communist Military Command Center known as Casvin, which is rumored to be located in the Fishhook region.
As soon as we hit the ground and get organized, we move out. I don't intend to waste any time finding what the enemy has been hiding.
Roger, we just come up on a trotter here. Leads into a small village. Don't seem like there's any movement in there.
It doesn't take long. Within 2 hours, we come across a massive enemy training and supply dump.
Start coming this way. Up.
Right away, the guys start calling it the city. because it has almost everything you could imagine that you would have in a city.
That you would have in a city any place else. You had schools, you had hospitals, you had ammunition storage areas. I don't know how many tons, hundreds of tons of rice that were in there. I was shocked that they had it, that it was that large and it was that close to the border. I don't think we were more than
7 miles into Cambodia. So if there's that much here, I can only imagine how much is out there. There's so many supplies, it'll take months to destroy it all. And the last thing I want to do is get so hung up with this that we fail our primary objective. So I ordered 2 of my rifle companies to stay back at the city and oversee its destruction, while I take the other 3 companies and head out to find the NVA headquarters.
While Anderson and his men speed towards their objective, President Nixon prepares to deal with the political problem, the uproar that the news will surely provoke. He decides to take the offensive so he can frame the issue before others do.
Tonight, American and South Vietnamese units will attack the headquarters for the entire communist military operation in South Vietnam. This is not an invasion of Cambodia. The areas in which these attacks will be launched are completely occupied and controlled by North Vietnamese forces. We take this action not for the purpose of expanding the war into Cambodia, but for the purpose of ending the war in Vietnam and winning the just peace we all desire.
The day after Nixon's announcement, student protests break out on dozens of campuses across the country. On May 4th, 2,000 students rally at Kent State. As the demonstration erupts into violence, members of the Ohio National Guard suddenly open fire on the crowd of students. In 13 seconds, 67 live rounds are fired. 4 students are killed. 8 more are wounded. 1 permanently paralyzed. Public reaction is horrified and widespread. 4 million students go on strike, forcing 450 colleges, universities, and high schools to shut down.
Ever since I came back from Vietnam, I've been trying to push this war out of my mind. But seeing this makes me realize I can't keep quiet anymore.
2 years earlier, Barry Romo returned home from Vietnam with the body of his nephew, Robert, who was killed in action after the Tet Offensive.
I can't lie to myself anymore because this war isn't ending. So I grab a buddy of mine who served with me over there, and we put on
our fatigues that we had worn in Vietnam, and we still had them, and they still fit. And we went to the anti-draft rally.
And as I'm looking around at all those faces of those kids, all the frustration and the anger and the loss that I've been feeling boils up inside of me. I don't care what the hell anyone thinks or what anyone says. This has got to end. This has got to end now. So I jump up and I start telling all these kids that if they're brave enough to burn their draft cards and risk going to jail, well, then I support them. Because I've had enough fighting, enough killing, and enough of this war. It felt liberating. I felt like someone had taken
10,000 tons off my shoulder. I no longer was bearing the burden of Richard Nixon and Lyndon Johnson's sins. That I was taking a good stand and a manly stand
and a human stand and a purposeful stand.
With the country tearing itself apart, President Nixon issues a directive curtailing the scope and length of the mission in Cambodia. He pledges that U.S. forces will advance no further than 19 miles into the country and sets June 30th as the date all American troops will return to South Vietnam.
According to our intelligence, we're less than 3 miles from the North Vietnamese headquarters, meaning we'll be there before nightfall. But just as we're closing in on our objective, I get a call from division headquarters telling me to halt in place. Do not go any further. Don't go any further. Doesn't make any sense to me tactically.
And I was pretty upset about it. I called and I said, who in the hell is making this kind of dumb decision? You know, I'm within 5 kilometers of my objective, and we can be there by nightfall. I said, what's going on? And well, finally the division commander got on the phone and said, Anderson, shut up and listen. Your orders are halt in place, don't go any further. I found out later that President Nixon reported to the American people that our objectives in Cambodia were limited.
I'm absolutely speechless. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like we were finally using some common sense in this war. Now, I'm not sure what the hell we're doing. The only thing more frustrating than knowing the enemy's withdrawn beyond our reach again is knowing that our time in Cambodia is up. So there's absolutely no chance we'll accomplish anything else here.
At the end of June 1970, after 8 weeks of operations, the 30,000 U.S. ground troops prepare to leave Cambodia. Although the 19-mile restriction prevented U.S. forces from locating the NVA headquarters, they did confiscate or destroy 20,000 enemy weapons, over 7,000 tons of rice, and nearly 2,000 tons of ammunition, the largest enemy supply cache destroyed to date. But for soldiers such as James Anderson, the moment is bittersweet.
What really gets to me is how much time it must have taken the enemy to accumulate all these weapons and ammo.
And the fact that they were making this effort to bring all of this stuff down. I mean, this was they were preparing for a major invasion into South Vietnam. And it was just clear as could be.
As could be, right here.
Right there.
There's so much rice and food stuff. We can't haul it all away, or even burn it. I guarantee you, the NVA will rebuild their supplies, and the second we're out of Vietnam, they'll launch their major invasion. We may have bought a little time, but I'm afraid that's all we've done.
Every day I see another wife welcome her husband back from Vietnam. I'm so happy for them. But at the same time, nobody's doing a thing to help bring Ben home. And I'm through waiting.
In the summer of 1970, Ann Purcell becomes a founding member of the National League of Families, an organization with only one mission: to obtain the release of all prisoners, a full accounting of the missing, and the return of all recoverable remains of those killed in Vietnam.
It was set up bamboo cages so people can see what our men are held in, and organize petitions and letter campaigns. By doing all these things, it helps to get the word out
about our POWs, especially to people that were not directly involved in the war. It made people realize that there is a human being that's out there that we need to think about and pray about, that's been fighting for our freedom.
But as 1970 slips into 1971, peace talks continue to stall, while America's withdrawal from Vietnam accelerates.
Over the past 10 years, presidents of the United States have come before the American people in times of crisis to talk about war, the threat of war. Today, I am able to talk to you in a more hopeful and positive vein about how we are moving this nation and the world toward a lasting peace. We have kept our commitments as we have taken out our troops. South Vietnam now has an excellent opportunity not only to survive, but to build a strong, free society. We are at a critical moment in history. What America does or fails to do will determine whether peace and freedom can be won in the coming generation. That is why the way in which we end this conflict is so crucial to our efforts to build a lasting peace in coming decades. The right way out of Vietnam is crucial to our changing role in the world.
For 3 years, peace talks between the United States and North Vietnam have been going on in Paris, with little or no progress. In January of 1971, the talks remain deadlocked, as do the private meetings between National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger and North Vietnamese negotiator Le Duc Tho. Nonetheless, President Nixon is moving ahead with his policy of Vietnamization, the plan to eventually turn over all combat responsibilities to the South Vietnamese Army, known as the ARVN. As a result of the ongoing U.S. withdrawals, pressure is increasing, not only on the ARVN, but also on the remaining Americans to carry the full load of combat operations.
Every one of these guys thinks he's a damn cowboy. And I'm the lucky guy that gets to lead him into battle.
29-year-old Major Bob Kluwel was a military advisor to the ARVN in 1964. He returns to Vietnam as a company commander in the 101st Assault Helicopter Battalion.
My captains are experienced. Some of my pilots are all recently commissioned. With a few exceptions, they were all on pretty much their first tours. Of course, when it comes down to it, every one of them knows exactly what's expected of them. And they're more than prepared to do what I ask. Which is a hell of a comfort, because I've just gotten orders saying we're about to get into a big operation.
Since the start of the war, the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the enemy's main supply route into the south, has been a thorn in the side of the Americans and the South Vietnamese. After years of heavy bombing failed to sever the trail, a 1970 ground incursion into Cambodia finally succeeded in destroying a massive amount of enemy weapons and ammunition. Now, U.S. and ARVN commanders hope that a similar assault against the northern end of the trail, located in Laos, will result in the destruction of an even greater amount of supplies and disrupt enemy operations long enough for Vietnamization to take hold. Codenamed Operation Lam Son 719, the plan is to send an armored South Vietnamese force speeding down Highway 9 to the village of Chapone, which is believed to be a major enemy supply depot. At the same time, U.S. helicopter units, including Major Bob Kluel and his men, will insert ARVN ground troops north and south of the highway to act as a blocking force and destroy any additional supply caches in the immediate area. In total, 12,000 South Vietnamese are heading into Laos. And for the first time since American forces took over primary military leadership, they will do all of the ground fighting. A congressional amendment enacted a month earlier prohibits U.S. ground forces from setting foot outside South Vietnam. Lam Son 719 will be the first real test of whether or not the South Vietnamese military is prepared to lead the war by themselves.
Right as we're about to take off, a couple of my pilots ask, who the hell are we supposed to talk to on the ground in Laos, since none of the ARVN we're dropping off there speak English? I tell them not to worry, because we've got translators standing by. But in the back of my mind, I have a terrible feeling that we're heading into trouble.
Heavy fighting has broken out in Laos again today after 3 days of...
4 cameramen are reported missing in Laos tonight, and it's believed that they were killed in a helicopter crash.
One of the journalists killed covering Lam Son 719 is a friend of UPI correspondent Joe Galloway. Galloway was last in Vietnam during the Ya Drang Valley battles almost 6 years earlier. His boss now requests he return to take the place of his friend.
Although I had fought to get there the first time, I left there thinking I never wanted to come back again. I had seen the war, and I thought my part of it's over. I told my wife, and she said, you can't do that. You're still grieving for your friends, and you're going to go there and put yourself in the same situation? And I said, well, I have to do it. And she said, well, if you go, I may not be here when you come back. And I said, I may not come back. I begin to think we're all supposed to die in that place.
Galloway arrives during the second week of Lam Son 719 and finds the military situation even grimmer than he expected. Nearly 60,000 NVA are massing to launch vicious assaults against the 12,000 South Vietnamese. The armored column is stopped only halfway to Chapon. Finally, during the third week of fighting, a quick decision is made to break west and establish 3 landing zones known as Lolo, Liz, and Sophia. With the armored column still bogged down on Highway 9, ARVN and U.S. commanders plan to helicopter approximately 1,600 ARVN ground troops into these LZs in the hopes that they can jumpstart the advance to Chapon.
Oil 1-2, can you pick up auction going into the LZ?
Get that altitude.
Yep.
Major Bob Kluel and his company are among the 30 choppers selected for the missions at LZ Lolo.
And Chalk 6 is taking fire.
Witch Doctor 05, this is Boat 6, send your location.
Jesus, man, what the hell is going on out there? Over the radios, we can hear the choppers ahead of us. They're taking heavy fire from all over the LZ.
4-6, 29er is the lead. Our lead aircraft was hit. Drop 2, take over the flight. I'm going down to look for Witch Doctor 5. I saw one aircraft explode, and I saw the other one.
I look down, and it's like the terrain is moving beneath us. There must be several hundred enemy soldiers, heavily
camouflaged, all moving together like a carpet, you know. And then as we got close to the landing zone, began as a mass to shoot at the helicopter.
Within minutes, 2 of my choppers are shot down. Over the radio, I can hear our pilots calling for rescue, but nobody can get down to get them.
Kluel and the remaining choppers are determined to rescue the 8 downed Americans from their company. For over an hour, they circle the LZ. But with their fuel and ammunition nearly depleted, they are finally forced to head back to the base at Khe Sanh.
I have no contact with my leadership for the rest of the time.
When we get to Khe Sanh, everyone's exhausted. But there's no way I'm gonna leave our guys out there. So I gather everyone together, and I ask the guys, I say, look, you know guys are
still alive out there, and so we're going to go back out and get our guys, make an effort. You don't have to come with us, but I'd like to see a show of hands of those that do want to come with us. And sure enough, everybody raised their hand.
As we head back towards Lolo, I feel an incredible sense of pride. This is what being part of a chopper crew is all about.
In March of 1971, South Vietnamese ground troops are in battle against the North Vietnamese, and for the first time, they're without U.S. advisors or ground support. Only U.S. air crews, including Major Bob Kluel and his choppers, are in the thick of the fight. They are speeding towards landing zone Lolo in Laos to rescue the 8 men from his company who were shot down by the NVA.
My mind's racing a mile a minute, running through every possible scenario. Only one thing's for sure. We've got men down there, and we aren't leaving without them. These men are some of the most courageous, most dedicated soldiers I have ever met. Every one of them knew exactly what kind of hell was out here, and yet not a single one even hesitated at the thought of coming back for their friends.
In total, 7 choppers are shot down and 2 American lives lost at LZ Lolo. But thanks to the courage and determination of Kluel and his fellow pilots and crewmen, no American, dead or alive, is left behind.
In all my years in the military, I've never been more proud or more awed by the bravery of men.
Three days later, the push continues as 120 American choppers lift off to deliver 800 additional ARVN ground troops within striking distance of their ultimate target, Chapone. They arrive to find the NVA have stripped the village of almost everything of value. Chapone is not even close to being the massive enemy supply depot military commanders expected. Over the next 3 weeks, as the 17,000 ARVN troops now inside Laos begin to withdraw, the North Vietnamese lay siege to those furthest inside the country. With their troops surrounded and outnumbered, inexperienced South Vietnamese commanders begin to lose control, forcing U.S. choppers to come to their rescue.
Our pilots risk their own lives to save them, going in again and again. Some of them are being shot down two, three times a day.
3 times a day. They'd be shot down, rescued, go back, get another helicopter, fly back out, get shot down again. Absolutely insane. You go in the club at night, and all of their pilots and crew had their name tags on cup hooks hanging behind the bar. And you could come in and take a look, and those who got killed that day, they turned upside down. So you could scan the roster, as it were, and see who was alive still.
By the time Operation Lam Son 719 concludes, nearly 3,800 ARVN have been killed. 253 Americans are dead, and over 1,100 wounded.
It was a disaster. It was supposed to prove that the South Vietnamese were competent and capable and could take over the American role. That was the graduation
exercise. But I'm afraid all it's shown is even though the South Vietnamese soldiers fought valiantly, their leadership is nowhere near ready to take control of this war.
But that is not the message President Nixon delivers to the nation.
Did the Laotian operation contribute to the goals we sought? I just completed my assessment of that operation, and here are my conclusions. The South Vietnamese demonstrated that without American advisors, they could fight effectively against the very best troops North Vietnam could put in the field. The South
They
Vietnamese
wanted to spin it as a success, but that it should be amply evident to anyone who looked at the situation and be able to understand this war is lost.
Less than 3 weeks after President Nixon delivers his assessment of Lam Son 719, a 5-day-long demonstration in Washington, D.C., organized by Vietnam veterans against the war, garners huge publicity and controversy. On the 4th day of the event, VVAW spokesman John Kerry testifies before Congress. He is the first Vietnam veteran to do so.
Each day, to facilitate the process by which the United States washes her hands of Vietnam, someone has to give up his life, so that the United States doesn't have to admit something that the entire world already knows, so that we can't say that we've made a mistake. And we are asking Americans to think about that. Because how do you ask a man to be the last man to die in Vietnam?
The day after Kerry's testimony, the veterans converge in front of the Capitol for their final day of demonstrations. Among them is former Second Lieutenant Barry Romo.
When we get to the Capitol, everyone lines up, and every single person, one at a time, takes the medals they had won in Vietnam and throws them away. And when it's my turn to step forward and throw it down,
And then all I said was, these aren't worth shit. I couldn't say anything else. All I could think about, my nephew, I was awarded a Bronze Star with a V, and of course he died to get his. And so all I could think about was the sacrifice that he had made for the same thing that I had done.
Someone told me long ago, there's a calm before the storm. I know it's been coming for some time. I won't know, have you ever seen rain coming down Sunday?
I can't say I'll miss this place, but I sure as hell will miss these guys. Although from the looks of things, they'll all be following me home soon enough.
In July of 1971, Major Bob Kluel completes his tour of duty, having flown over 600 combat hours as company commander.
No matter what anyone says, we came here to fight for democracy, just like our fathers did in World War II. Just like them, we wanted to spare our families from the horrors of war, the things
that
they had seen
that they
and
couldn't
talk
talk
about.
You know, as a consequence, we felt a deep commitment to serve our country in Vietnam.
This war may not be the most popular anymore, but we know that we did what we were asked to do, to the best of our abilities.
Throughout 1971, U.S. forces accelerate their withdrawal from Vietnam. The difficulties demonstrated by the ARVN's first major operation without U.S. ground support hasn't lessened Nixon's determination to turn the war over to the South Vietnamese. In March of 1972, with U.S. troop strength the lowest it has been in 7 years, the NVA suddenly stunned the world by launching a massive three-pronged attack into the South. Nearly 150,000 enemy troops, along with supporting armor and artillery units, launched conventional frontal assaults against thinly held ARVN defensive lines. As some South Vietnamese units begin to crumble, President Nixon once again goes on national television, this time to try to help a faltering ally by building a case for a new phase of the war.
Throughout the war in Vietnam, the United States has exercised a degree of restraint unprecedented in the annals of war. However, when the enemy abandons all restraint, throws its whole army into battle on the territory of its neighbor, refuses to negotiate, we simply face a new situation. In these circumstances, any president who failed to act decisively would have betrayed the trust of his country and betrayed the cause of world peace.
After a 3-year suspension, the U.S. begins large-scale bombings inside North Vietnam. For the first time, the North Vietnamese capital of Hanoi is targeted. Over the next 5.5 months, 200,000 tons of bombs rain down on the North, while U.S. forces complete their final withdrawal from the South. President Nixon, who is running for re-election, is under pressure to bring the troops home. And so despite the ongoing bombing, on August 11th, 1972, the last U.S. ground combat unit departs South Vietnam. America's ground operations officially end. But the war in Vietnam does not. Without a signed peace treaty, the future of South Vietnam, as well as more than 500 American prisoners of war who are awaiting release in the North, remains uncertain. Finally, in October, Henry Kissinger announces a breakthrough in his negotiation with North Vietnam's Le Duc Tho.
Peace is at hand. We believe that an agreement is within sight.
But days after Kissinger's optimistic announcement, South Vietnam's President Thieu rejects the treaty when he learns it allows North Vietnamese troops to remain in the South. Resolution of the POW issue goes on hold. For Ann Purcell, whose husband Ben was captured almost 5 years before, it is almost unbearable.
It was a roller coaster. We felt hopeful, and then our hope would be dashed, and then again a hope, and then dashed again. It was just a roller coaster one week after the other. And I remember saying to the Lord in prayer when I don't know how much longer I can hold on.
Negotiations continue for the next 3 months, until on January 27, 1973, after continued bombing of the North and much U.S. pressure on the South, all parties finally signed the Paris Peace Accords. Hostilities are to cease immediately, but North Vietnamese troops are allowed to stay inside the South, on the condition that they do not continue to build up their forces or resume aggressions.
I have asked for this radio and television time tonight for the purpose of announcing that we today have concluded an agreement to end the war and bring peace with honor in Vietnam and in Southeast Asia.
"28 years earlier, at the end of World War II, Times Square in New York City erupted in spontaneous celebration. Not so in 1973.
This is Ken Albort in Times Square in New York City, where the major visible observance is the end of the war is the great sign Peace down the side of the Allied Chemical Building. The sign flashed on and the moving news wire below it signaled the word over and over for a minute. And on this rainy, cold evening here, there were a few around to see it. Times Square, which had filled again and again over the years with crowds demanding peace, and a rather smaller crowd to celebrate its arrival. There were other observances as the hour came.
8 years after the Marines first landed in Vietnam, the war that divided a nation is finally over. And the unwinding of America's involvement can begin. Three weeks after the Paris Peace Agreement is signed, the return of America's prisoners of war begins. For hundreds of families across America, it's the end of an emotional journey.
After 5.5 years, I know what makes America great. It's you, the people. Thank you so much for your support. I love you this much. I love you this much.
My stomach is in knots. For 5 years, I've done nothing but dream about this moment. Dear Mrs. Benjamin Purcell, On behalf of the
Secretary of the Army, I wish to inform you. I can't do it. Give me a minute. And that's strange that I'd cry when I knew he was coming up. We all were transported by bus or sedan to the airport, and we were all waiting in our little groups. And we were all waiting and waiting and waiting till the plane came, and they had the red carpet. They had all these bank of microphones for them to each one speak as they got off. Ben was the highest ranking.
Is the highest ranking on the plane, and they let him off first.
Distinguished arrival, Colonel Benjamin H. Purcell.
As soon as Ben steps out the door, the children start screaming. They're so excited they can barely control themselves. Even I can hardly keep myself together.
Fellow Georgians, some 5.5 years ago,
I'm trying so hard to control myself and wait for him to finish speaking. But all I want to do is just touch him so that I can be sure that this is for real and that he's real.
The Gulf of Mexico. Instead,
I can't take it anymore. So in the middle of his speech, I run out of the crowd and straight up to him.
At this moment, my years of loneliness and my wife's long vigil comes to a happy end.
When I could run out there and hug you, I knew that you were finally home. And then I think that's the moment that it took for me to really believe that you were going to come back.
What a wonderful thing. You're my angel.
For many Americans, the return of the POWs marks the final conclusion of the Vietnam War. The troubles of Southeast Asia slipped from the daily newscasts, giving way to reports of the Watergate break-in and subsequent political firestorm.
There was talk this weekend that the president should resign and under siege because of the Watergate scandal.
As president, I must put the interests of America first. Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
I, Gerald R. Ford, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute.
By the time Gerald Ford assumes the presidency in August of 1974, U.S. aid to South Vietnam has been cut by 75% since its height a year earlier. For the ARVN, who've depended upon American money and military supplies since 1954, the cutbacks have a devastating effect. Planes sit idle on runways, unable to take off because of lack of fuel. Artillery pieces that had once been allocated 100 rounds per day are rationed to only 10. But while the ARVN's supplies are dwindling, the North Vietnamese are rebuilding their military strength. On March 10th, 1975, just over 2 years after the Paris Peace Agreement was signed, hopes for an independent South Vietnam come crumbling down. The North Vietnamese launched their largest and most ambitious offensive yet into the South. As ARVN units begin to falter, hundreds of thousands of South Vietnamese civilians run for their lives. On April 21st, President Thieu resigns. 4 days later, NVA forces reach the outskirts of Saigon. On April 29th, as Saigon crumbles, a small contingent of U.S. State Department, CIA workers, and Marines who remained in Vietnam begin a hasty and desperate evacuation of South Vietnamese civilians and government employees who had worked with the United States. Tens of thousands of people scramble onto U.S. ships waiting offshore. As they run out of space for people, millions of dollars of military equipment is dumped into the ocean. On April 30th, just before 8 a.m., the last American chopper to leave Saigon lifts off from the roof of the embassy. Less than 4 hours later, North Vietnamese tanks crash through the gates of the presidential palace. At 4 o'clock, a live radio broadcast announces Saigon is officially renamed Ho Chi Minh City.
We're all gathered in the bureau, standing over the teletype when it starts ringing flashes. Saigon has fallen.
Saigon has fallen. The presidential palace is taken. It was over. It was over.
When I hear people talk about Vietnam and they say we lost or it wasn't a war we should have been involved in, I can't necessarily argue with that, but it immediately brings to mind the people that made the ultimate sacrifices over there. The people that nobody asked them, did you want to go? The military people didn't have a vote. We didn't get a chance to say, yeah, I'd like to go to war. We were directed to do it, and by God, we did it.
I had taken my military experience and I'd really buried it. And I didn't want to bother with it, and I didn't want anybody else to bother me with it. But in my kids' eyes, it was a thing of value, and they're very proud of me. That changed my life. That changed my life in a lot of ways at that point. They were very proud of me. They were very proud of their old man.
When people ask me about my Vietnam service, I always tell them I'm very proud that I served. At the time I went in, I hated the idea of going. I hated the idea of being drafted, but I went because that's the way it was back then. The country wasn't on the best of terms with the Vietnam vets for a long time, but that's changed, and I'm very proud of that fact. The veterans
who serve today get a great send-off, they get a great welcome home. Now, I never got that, but I don't care, because today they are getting it. And in my mind, that's my welcome home. Because of what I suffered through, these people today are reaping the benefit. And I'm just so glad that the country has realized that our men and women who serve this great country are appreciated.
I don't think that anybody should ever apologize or feel the need to apologize for the effort that our soldiers in Vietnam put in. The American soldier did everything and were successful at everything that they were asked to do.
We had, again, people that felt that they were not going to come back, but they went over there and they served their country. So I remember the brave people that went over there and did what we asked of them.
You know, they say the World War II guys were the best generation. Well, those who fought every war since then were the best of their generation. They went, they served, they sacrificed, and they fought like tigers. They were noble.